Recording in progress. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly invite you to take your seats so we can begin the proceedings? Thank you. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to take your seats, please, so that we can start. Thank you. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning, bonjour, bonjour, buenos dias, habari za asubuhi, sabahire, tena istilin. Je m'appelle Banke Abedjiring et je suis responsable de la section de la planification du développement à la division de la macroéconomie, des finances et de la gouvernance de la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique. Je serai votre maître de cérémonie pour le prochain jour. On behalf of the ECA, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for your commitment and collaboration in hosting us all in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa, Batam Amasaginalu. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 57th session of the Economic Commission and Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the 43rd meeting of the Committee of Experts. As we all know, the theme of the conference is advancing the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions. The conference will also seek to discuss related issues of digitalization, technology, food security, and energy transformation. The conference will begin with a meeting of the Committee of Experts from the 12th to the 14th of March, and it will be followed by side events on the 15th. The ministerial segment will be held on the 17th and 18th and will include a high-level policy dialogue on the theme of the conference, the annual Adebayo Adedeji Lecture, and roundtable discussions on a series of sub-themes. Throughout the conference, delegates are invited to visit a knowledge fair that has been put together to showcase the work of ECA and its impact. The fair can be located on the lower level of the conference center. Before we proceed into the main program of the day, I would like to provide some housekeeping information. Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is available for your use. Do use the UNECA guest network on your devices. The password will be displayed on the screen. Interpretation. Simultaneous interpretation is available in English on Channel 1, French on Channel 2, and Arabic on Channel 3. You will also be able to adjust the volume of your speakers to a level that is comfortable for you. We do ask that you be considerate of other delegates. Contributions and interventions. If you would like to make an intervention or take the floor, kindly press the white button on your consoles and your intent will be communicated to the chair. Please note that member states will be given priority. Documents. All documents for the conference are available online through PaperSmart. Please scan the QR code displayed on the screen to access the PaperSmart portal. Salle de prière. Il y a une salle de prière située dans la salle de réunion 11. Vous pouvez la trouver au deuxième étage de ce centre de conférence. Nourriture pour les personnes en jaune. À la fin de chaque journée, il y aura des paquets de nourriture à emporter pour les participants observant le Ramadan. Les paquets seront distribués au bureau d'information situé à l'entrée du centre de conférence. Santé. Il y a un stand de services médicaux situé en face de la salle plénière pour tous vos besoins de santé. Pause café et déjeuner. Les pauses café auront lieu au niveau inférieur pendant toute la durée de la conférence. Les journées seront servies au deuxième étage dans la salle de banquettes. Les protocoles. Finalement, n'hésitez pas à poser à nos protocoles toutes les questions que vous pourriez avoir ou les directions dont vous pourriez avoir besoin. I'll now hand over the floor to the Chair of the Bureau of the 42nd session of the Committee of Experts, Mr. Andrew Mvumbe, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who will conduct the proceedings until the election of the new Bureau.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I hereby declare this meeting open. I have the honor to welcome you all to the 43rd meeting of the Committee of Experts of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. Before I deliver my opening remarks, on behalf of all members of the outgoing Bureau, who are Egypt, Uganda, Cote d'Ivoire, and Zimbabwe, let me thank the government and the people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for once again hosting us in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa. We are also honored to have among us Her Excellency, Madame Semereta Semasu, the State Minister of Finance for the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Welcome, Madam. Thank you very much for finding time to be with us. Thank you. Let me express also our sincere gratitude to the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa and United Nations Under-Secretary General Mr. Claver Katete, and also the ECA Secretariat for organizing and coordinating our meeting from today until we finish. I will now deliver my welcome remarks and my keynote speech. It is indeed a pleasure for us to have you in this magnificent city of Addis Ababa, where we are having the 43rd meeting of our Committee of Experts, and later on the 57th session of our Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. This is a very important session and calendar among us, and we are looking forward to a fruitful and constructive conversation on pertinent issues affecting Africa and its development. Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, this year's conference theme, as you are aware, which was discussed in Zimbabwe in Victoria Falls and agreed to, relates to advancing the implementation of the agreement which establishes the African Continental Free Trade Area. And we agreed on various subheads which we looked at and said proposing transformative strategic actions. I think this was critical for us when we decided that we need action rather than more talking. So I think the theme is adequate and very relevant. And I think, again, this theme is timely and relevant for all of us. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to redefine Africa's economic future and trajectory. It serves as a vital tool for enhancing intra-Africa trade. It gives us opportunities for diversifying our economies and transforming our economies, and also opportunities to climbing the global value chains. As you are aware, we've been talking about beneficiation value chains for a long time, but I think now Africa, we need to act. Given the changing global and economic environment and geopolitical environment, I think it's high time we start taking responsibility for our own destiny. I think we need to move away from exporting raw materials so that we can excel into value-added manufacturing, industrialization, digital trade, and sustainable industrialization. I think I want to emphasize we have been talking and talking and talking. I think it's now for action, action, action for Africa. We need to take our own destiny into our own hands. To fully harness the transformative power of the agreement, I think we must adopt a strategic and coordinated approach and practical approach, I want to emphasize, that strengthens regional value chains, ensuring that the continent optimally benefits from its abundant resources. You are aware, colleagues, that we have abundant resources in Africa, but we are the poorest and we are not benefiting from our resources. I think the time is now for us to take action. We require targeted investments in infrastructure to support this endeavor, and also the logistics to facilitate the seamless movement of goods across borders, and also the movement of people, of Africans across African countries, while also seriously reducing our transaction costs. We hear and evidence that we are one of the most costly in terms of conducting transactions globally. In addition, we need to foster innovation and digital trade, which is critical for unlocking new market opportunities, integrating African businesses into global value chains, and positioning our continent as a leader in the digital economy. I'm following closely developments in AI, and really I'm wondering if Africa is not facing a risk of being left behind. I think that's something I would want to urge the ECA to look at. This is an area where I strongly feel we could be left behind and be stranded in the backseat of a new global digital economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, last year's conference on financing the transition to inclusive green economies in Africa highlighted the pressing need for innovative financial solutions to drive Africa's structural transformation. I think we are all in agreement that green and sustainable
Recording in progress.
Socially inclusive. Our challenge now is to how do we bridge these two agendas? Because we have to ensure that Africa's trade expansion is supported by resilient financial systems, climate-smart investments, and sustainable industrialization policies that deliver long-term prosperity and strong, inclusive, sustainable growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as outgoing chair, I would like to highlight some progress made over the past year under our leadership. And I want to remark that with the support of the ECA Secretariat, there has been hard work in all these areas which we agreed, and with all the partners we have around the table, we have achieved some significant strides in the following key macroeconomic stability, financial governance. I think we are all aware that ECA is focused on governance, investments, supporting debt management. We are aware over 20 and we need sustainable, robust, debt resolution frameworks for the area I would want HCA look at to see how do we move forward. Also looked at areas of fostering financial stability across, as well as amplifying Africa's voice. Quite a lot of work in that area. Secondly, I think we have also made some progress strengthening development planning and monitoring of this plan. Efforts have been made to enhance framework planning, monitoring, supporting to accelerate implementation of our Agenda 2030, Agenda 2060. I think it's important for us not to just plan. One of the challenges facing Africa, lack of effective implementation of this development plans too long, too many agendas. Practically see how to achieve that. Also, we are advancing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, critical issues of industrialization. I think concrete steps have been taken to advance engagement, developing regional value chains, particularly agro-processing, manufacturing, African industries, value chain ladder, supporting some member states with green subsidies, the additional Africa Continental. In Africa, especially now, green minerals, which include lithium, cobalt, nickel, which are critical for our transformation. Again, we must now leverage on extraction, processing, and manufacturing to ensure that we capture more value, create jobs, we must liberate this so that infrastructure development and energy security. I think this has been recognized as a critical area in terms of infrastructure development, energy security, which are key enablers for investment, industrialization. CA supported initiative that enhance energy again, we strengthen climate action and resilience. I think given the risks caused by climate change, we say 75% was mobilizing climate change. Thank you so much. Really appreciate what either work and then also issues of development strategies every then also the issue of technology leveraging technology integration, there has been a strong push towards modernizing Africa's fiscal systems, improving digital governance, promoting innovation, to drive economic growth. As I indicated earlier on, I think we need to upscale our push on delivering technology innovation, making sure that we are not left behind. As chair of the Bureau, Zimbabwe is actively working to amplify the continent's voice in global forums such as the high-level Professor Forum on Sustainable Development, United Nations General Assembly, high-level working group on global financial architecture, financing for development, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, as we move forward, it's critical for us to build upon these achievements. Our continent must continue to advocate for a fair and equitable global financial system, ensure that Africa's trade policies align with global development, and implement strategies that foster economic transformation for Africa's continental future. Finally, I extend my thanks to Bureau members, EC Secretariat for their unwavering support. It has been an honor this capacity, and I look forward to the continued leadership of the new Bureau as we advance our shared vision to transform Africa. I look forward to the outcomes of this committee, and I wish you all a successful and practical conference. I thank you. It now gives me great pleasure, to call on my good friend, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Deputy Executive Secretary for Program Support, to also make a statement. Pedro, you take the floor. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, Her Excellency Semereta Sewasiu, State Minister for Economic Cooperation of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Dr. Vumbi, outgoing chair of the 42nd meeting of the Committee of Experts and the 57th session of the Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Hannah Mosi, Deputy Executive Secretary Programs of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations Under Secretary General and the ECA Executive Secretary, Mr. Clever Gatete, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this meeting and to this conference center. We were closed for 3 years, so it's been renovated, and I hope you feel at home in our new home. I'd like to use this opportunity to thank the government and people of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting us here. The theme of this year's conference, advancing the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, is timely and will provide a unique opportunity for us to discuss the role of the AFCFTA in accelerating Africa's transformation and in strengthening the continent's position in the global order. We live in a time when the multilateral trading system is being challenged across the globe. We need to reduce the negative impacts of these headwinds by leveraging the AFCFTA and promoting Afro-shoring. I meant to ask whether we must continue to import fertilizers and refined petroleum products from outside the continent when those are currently being produced locally. Are there self-imposed barriers that we can remove quickly to make this happen soon? These are just one of many other examples that we have across the continent where action is at our hands. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the AFCFTA is often described as a mere free trade agreement. In fact, it's much more than that. The AFCFTA is, at one and the same time, a development blueprint as well as a powerful political platform on which Africa can forge a common position on significant global issues of collective interest and assert them speaking in one voice. An Africa that speaks with one voice is a strong Africa. A prosperous Africa is a market for business all over the world. We must strengthen the fundamentals to make this happen. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, here at the ECA, we understood from our early days that for Africa to realize its boundless potential to the full, it would need to first overcome the limits of the small and fragmented economies it inherited from colonialism. The AFCFTA is the product of over 6 decades of a relentless, if at times zigzagging, march towards closer regional and continental integration. And ECA has been there from the beginning, every step of the way, since before the establishment of the OAU in 1963. Proud as we are of the journey so far, the task ahead remains significant and indeed critical. We are committed to continue supporting our member states to fully realize their regional integration journey that will culminate in the establishment of the African Economic Community. We are convinced that in this integration process, the AFCA is a critical and transformational initiative. Today, about 80% of Africa's total export is directed to the rest of the world, with a strong concentration in primary commodities that account for over 60% of the total. Our chair has provided quite a significant description of what is happening across the continent. This contrast with the composition of intra-African trade, although admittedly small, based on available statistics and not accounting for informal trade, which shows more promising features. Indeed, intra-African trade is more diversified, with the bulk of it made up of tradable goods, industrial products. This is where the AFCFTA is expected to be a game changer. ECA latest empirical assessments indicate that reducing tariffs and non-tariff barriers within the continent, as per the agreed AFCFTA modalities, could make intra-African trade 45% higher by 2045, compared with the situation without the AFCFTA. The lion's share of these anticipated gains is expected to be felt in the agri-food and industrial sectors, thereby offering unprecedented opportunities for Africa's industrialization and food security, and for the strengthening of product complementarity among our countries. This calls for tightly knitted trade and industrial policy implementation. Our seminal 2015 economic report on Africa, titled Industrializing Through Trade, examines how trade can serve as an accelerator of Africa's industrialization and structural transformation in the context of a rapidly changing regional and global economic environment. Almost 10 years later, the tenets of ERA 2015 are still valid, especially the call for the implementation of strategic trade policies aimed at overcoming market and institutional failures that hinder export competitiveness on the continent, and the need to foster resource-driven industrialization, value addition, and the development of regional value chains. That is why, catalyzed by the AFCFTA, ECA has been at the forefront of the effort to promote value addition of our natural resources, such as through our work on the DRC-Zambia battery and electric vehicle transboundary special economic zone. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, as we implement the AFCFTA agreement at the level of each state parties, we must also work on all the other associated bottlenecks that hold us back, some of which we have full control of, for they depend only on our political will to act. For example, the ease with which Africans can move across borders within the continent plays an important role in the effort to realize the benefits of the AFCFTA to the full. Yet, the protocol on the free movement of persons that was adopted in January 2018 remains with just 4 ratifications to this day. Indeed, the 4th and so far the last ratification by Niger took place on 5th July 2019. This is not acceptable. With compelling evidence-based analysis, we must dispel the fears that are impeding us from acting. That is what we did to secure record ratifications of the agreement establishing the AFCFTA. We can do the same for the ratification of all the protocols that are key to the successful implementation of the agreement, including the protocols on investment, competition, and intellectual property that were adopted in February 2023, and the Digital Trade Protocol in 2024. Beyond the protocols, and to make the AFCFTA work for Africa, we must accelerate the implementation of the 2012 Action Plan for Boosting Intra-African Trade, or BIAT, in all of its cluster areas, namely trade policy, trade facilitation, productive capacity, trade-related infrastructure, trade financing, trade information, and factor market integration. To this end, we must optimize the linkages between infrastructure development and economic opportunities in economic corridors and other platforms of agglomeration. As the Chair indicated, we have everything that we need to move and change the position of Africa in the global order. As he said, we have plans, we have visions, we have strategies, but we are not implementing them. For example, our 2021 trade decision modeling exercise, aimed at assessing Cameroon's export potential in the AFCFTA market, revealed that for Cameroon, DRC is more trade distant than China and the US. Yet, the distance from Yaoundé to Kinshasa is just 1,591.6 kilometers, while the estimated distance between Yaoundé and Beijing is 10,902 kilometers. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, another important study we did in 2022 on implications of the African Continental Free Trade Area for demand of transport infrastructure and services projected at about $411 billion in transport equipment will be required because of the AFCFTA, including $4 billion for 136 vessels, $25 billion for 243 aircrafts, $36 billion for 169,000 rail wagons, and $345 billion for over 2.2 million trucks. The investments in railway infrastructure and fleets will result in the percentage of total intra-African trade by rail increasing by an estimated 5.5%, from less than 1% today to nearly 7%. We're encouraged to see that our multilateral development banks are stepping up their efforts and playing a vital role in making Africa investment ready. Our work to support de-risking investments in the continent falls in this category. To achieve transformational change, more is needed, and that's why we are here. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, lack of appropriate information about the AFCA is amongst the top of the list of challenges, and therefore the opportunities to address the situation. For example, the African private sector, especially small and medium-scale enterprises, remains largely unaware of the AFCFTA. We must not expect intra-African trade to change without the African private sector knowing about it, embracing it, and playing a key role in supporting its operationalization. In other words, the transformation power of the AFCFTA can only be unleashed through a comprehensive, coordinated, inclusive, and intentional action by all at all levels. That is why this ministerial conference chose the theme of proposing transformative strategic actions to advance the AFCFTA implementation. This is also the theme of our economic report on Africa 2025 that will be launched during the next week's ministerial segment, and that seeks to achieve 4 things, and I'll be concluding soon. First, assess the state of AFCFTA implementation to date. Second, provide empirical evidence showing that the AFCFTA potential to drive AFCA trade-led integration and become a critical pillar for its inclusive and sustained development. Third, identify key challenges to realizing and capitalizing on the transformative potential of the AFCFTA. And fourth, propose actionable recommendations for bridging the gaps now preventing successful implementation of the AFCFTA. As we ponder the mission of this ministerial conference of identifying and proposing transformative strategic actions for AFCFTA implementation, I invite all of us to be bold, but also creative. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Secretary, for your detailed and incisive statement. I welcome the challenges you have put on the table, and I think we need to move. The one which puzzles me is this free movement of people in Africa. I don't think it needs any money. I don't think it needs any magic. It's just ratification. And here we are, still talking about it. I don't know. I rest my case. I now take this opportunity to call on Her Excellency, Madame Semereta Sewasu, our guest of honor for this morning. She is the State Minister of Finance of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I'm inviting her to take the floor to give us her thoughts in her keynote speech. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your warm introductions and your powerful opening remarks. Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Pedro, Deputy Executive Secretary of Economic Commission for Africa, Your Excellency, Ms. Hannah Mursi, Deputy Executive Secretary of Economic Commission for Africa, distinguished representatives of member states, partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning to you all. It's with great honor and privilege that I welcome you all to Addis Ababa for the 43rd meeting of the Committee of Experts of the Conference of the African Ministers. On behalf of the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, we are deeply delighted to host this crucial gathering, which sets the stage for meaningful discussions and impactful decisions at the ministerial segment. This year's theme, advancing the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, proposing transformative strategic actions, captures the urgency and significance of our shared mission to realize the full potential of the agreement. The African Continental Free Trade Area is not merely a legal framework, but a bold and transformative step towards deepening Africa's economic integration, and by facilitating intra-Africa trade, harmonizing policies, and removing barriers, the agreement serves as a powerful tool to unlock the economic potentials of our continent. The anticipated outcomes of such an enhanced industrialization, job creation, and poverty reduction are integral to achieving the aspirations of the Agenda 2063, Africa's blueprint for inclusive and sustainable development. Indeed, we recognize that the road to realizing these ambitions is not without challenge. Infrastructure gaps, fragmented policies, financial constraints, and disparities in capacity among member states require concerted and innovative solutions. Equally important is ensuring the inclusivity of this transformative agenda, particularly for women, youth, small and medium enterprise, who form the backbone of African economies. The deliberation of experts, the Committee of Experts, are critical in addressing this challenge. Your ability to propose strategic and actionable recommendations will ensure that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement becomes a tool of tangible progress rather than mere aspirations. This requires harnessing research, leveraging partnerships, and fostering collaborations among sectors and regions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is not merely a trade agreement. It's a bold statement of Africa's collective vision for economic independence, shared prosperity, and deeper regional integration. By creating the world's largest free trade area, encompassing 55 countries and over 1.3 billion people, we are laying the foundations for a new era of growth and opportunities. The signing and ongoing implementation of the agreement marks a major milestone in Africa's journey towards economic integration. However, according to ECA's report on regional integration in 2024, progress remains slow, with intra-African trade still accounting only for 14.4% of the total trade on the continent. This figure pales in comparison to other regions such as Europe or Asia, where intra-regional trade is a key driver of prosperity. This disparity is not due to lack of potential, but rather to barriers that hinder our businesses, entrepreneurs, and industries from thriving in a unified market. With the agreement, we have unprecedented opportunities to address these barriers and unlock the full potential of African trade. To fully harness the potentials of this agreement, robust infrastructure development is essential, yet financial challenges persist. Likewise, critical sectors such as education and health require significant investments to strengthen human capital. Additionally, ongoing conflict, violent extremism, and restrictions on free trade movements of our people continue to hinder Africa's vision for fully integrated and having a prosperous continent. This becomes an even more important challenge and agenda for us as we go through times of change in global orders and declines in development assistance. However, we all know that the signing of the agreement is only the beginning. Implementation is where the true work lies, and it requires collective effort, collaboration, and commitment. We must invest in infrastructure to connect our countries more efficiently. We must harmonize our trade policies, customs procedures, and regulatory frameworks to ensure seamless transactions. Above all, we must empower our entrepreneurs, particularly our small and medium-sized enterprise, that are our lifebloods of our economies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as Africa moves forward with African continental free trade, Ethiopia stands at the forefront, embracing this historic agreement with the conviction that hindering economic cooperation is key to unlock the country's full potential. Through the Horn of Africa initiative, for instance, African finance ministers in the region prioritize development and trade in our continent. Infrastructure remains a cornerstone for Africa's regional integration efforts. Through massive investments in road, railway networks, we are improving connectivity between Ethiopia and neighboring countries. The Addis Ababa-Djibouti Railway, for example, is a lifeline for trade, facilitating the movement of goods, strengthening economic ties across the Horn of Africa. Our partnership in the Lapset corridor with Kenya further demonstrates Ethiopia's commitment to enhancing regional logistics, ensuring the trade flows are more efficient across borders. Energy cooperation is another pillar in our integration efforts. Ethiopia's vast hydropower potentials include Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, position us as a leader in regional energy trade. By exporting electricity to neighboring countries, we are not only fostering economic integration in the region, but also supporting industrialization and development across Africa. Reliable and affordable energy is fundamental to economic growth. Ethiopia remains committed to being a key player in Africa's energy transformation. Trade and industrialization are also central to Ethiopia's regional strategy. The development of industrial parks, special economic zones attracting investors, promoting value-added production, enhance Africa's manufacturing capacity. By facilitating for trade within Africa and reducing barriers, Ethiopia is paving way for a more interconnected and self-reliant continent. While the challenges remain, including logistical barriers, security concerns, and financial gaps, Ethiopia remains unwavering in its vision of a fully integrated African continent. The macroeconomic reforms that we are currently undertaking are aligned and aimed at creating a conducive environment for trade and investment to grow and flourish in Ethiopia. Our homegrown economic reform program prioritizes harnessing regional trade opportunities as well. We stand ready to work alongside with our African brothers and sisters to build a future of shared prosperity, driven by trade, connectivity, and economic collaboration. Together, we can realize a dream of thriving, interconnected, and prosperous Africa. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to UNECA for its steadfast leadership and to all of you for your tireless efforts in advancing Africa's development agenda. Ethiopia remains committed to supporting the implementation of the FCFTA and working in solidarity with our fellow member states to achieve a united and prosperous continent. I urge each of us to take ownership of this transformative initiative and urge all of us to prioritize and accelerate its implementation. The Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement is not just a project of our times, it's a legacy for the future. Let history remember this era as a time when Africa stood united, broke down barriers that held us back, and embarked on a path of unprecedented growth and cooperation. Once again, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you all.
Let me thank Your Excellency Minister Sewasu for your insightful remarks, and thank you for that vision. My take from you, Honorable, connectivity, 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 regional energy trade, the issue of industrialization, the parks and the special economic zone, the legacy for the future. Thank you for that one. I remember this. And the environment for inter-Africa trade. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Next on our agenda is the election of the Bureau and the adoption of the agenda and program of our work. Now, I've been advised that there's some outstanding administrative issues in terms of the way forward with the Bureau, and I'm guided that we take a coffee break whilst the internal consultations are going on, and we'll be advised when to come back. Thank you so much for attending the opening session, and we're looking forward to the next conversation. Thank you so much.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking 25 minutes for the coffee break. 25 minutes for the coffee break, and we'll plan to be back at 11:15. Coffee break is served at the lower level where the knowledge fair is taking place. Please, let's be back at 11:15. Thank you.
The mic is off. Test. Mic test. Test. Mic test. Check 1, 2, 3. Mic test. The volume is low. That's why. That's why the volume is low. All right.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good health break. Can I kindly invite you to take your seat so we can continue with the proceedings? One housekeeping. If you wish to make a contribution, kindly press on the white button on the console in front of you. So the screen in front of you, you can press on the white button, it will turn green, and once the chair has allowed you to make a statement, it's going to turn red and you can make your contribution. I'll now like to hand it over again to our chair to continue with the proceedings.
Thank you. Colleagues, sincere apologies for the long tea break. I suppose it was good. Now we continue with our meeting. Based on the provisional agenda, which I'm sure you all have, we are now on item 2 on the agenda, which is the election of the Bureau and the adoption of the agenda and the program of work. This is also contained in our documents ECA, COE 431. So if you need details of that, you can refer to that document. As the outgoing chair, Zimbabwe organized a series of consultations here in Addis Ababa between the outgoing bureau members, each of whom in turn organized consultations within one of the 5 sub-regional groups that they represent. As you are aware, we have 5 regional groups. So for us going forward, we are taking into account and consideration our tradition of the ECA Conference of Ministers by ensuring equal representation of all sub-regional groups in the Bureau and also sticking to the principle of rotation. For your information, the composition of the Bureau of the last 24 sessions can also be accessed through the annotated provisional agenda where the documentation is ECA, COE 43-2. So those who want to review there can look at that the document. So colleagues, excellencies, on the basis of the consultations, the following has been received as the nominations for the Bureau of the 57th session of the Commission. I'll start as follows. The rapporteur will be Zimbabwe from Southern Africa. The 3rd Vice Chair from East Africa will be Kenya. The 2nd Vice Chair from West Africa will be Benin. The 1st Vice Chair from Central Africa will be Cameroon. And for the Chair, as of 9 a.m. this morning, when our meetings commenced, the Secretariat had received 1 nomination from Morocco. So these are the nominations. May I take it that the committee wishes to elect the Bureau? Algeria can go ahead, please. You have the floor. Thank you.
Parole bien le bonjour aux chers collègues présents dans la salle. C'est juste par rapport aux représentants de la région Nord, nous sommes toujours en consultation avec Ok, est-ce que c'est bon là? Merci encore une fois, Monsieur le Président. Pour le représentant de la région Nord, bien sûr, à qui va... Merci encore une fois, Monsieur le Président. Pour le représentant de la région Nord qui va assurer la présidence de cette session, c'est juste pour vous informer que nous sommes toujours en consultation et que nous vous tiendrons informés des développements par rapport à ce sujet ultérieurement. Merci encore une fois, Monsieur le Président.
Algeria, thank you for those comments. I've just been consulting with the Secretariat, and I'm informed that the expectation is that the nominations should be received before the commencement of our meetings. So I don't know how this can be resolved. We'll have to consult and see. Okay. Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, d'avoir accordé la parole à cette délégation. Donc, cette délégation souhaiterait porter à la connaissance de cette auguste assemblée que suite à un appel lancé par l'Égypte, le membre actuel du bureau de la COM, lancé en janvier et février, et en l'absence d'autres candidatures en lice, le Royaume du Maroc a présenté sa candidature officiellement, conformément aux normes et règles. Donc, pour rappel, Monsieur le Président, les consultations sont convoquées dans la situation où il y a plusieurs candidats en lice ou à cette position, à savoir la présidence, ce qui n'est pas le cas, au moins officiellement, c'est-à-dire aucune autre candidature n'a été officiellement présentée auprès des États membres. Si un autre membre de la région donc souhaite présenter sa candidature, qu'il le déclare officiellement et clairement, pour que cette région puisse entamer ses consultations. Et donc, en l'absence d'autres consultations et selon les pratiques usuelles, la région concernée endosse la candidature unique. Et dans ce cas-là, il y a la candidature unique du Royaume du Maroc à ce poste de président. Et ce justement pour préserver donc l'équilibre global au sein de la conférence. Monsieur le Président, toute tentative de manœuvre pour bloquer une candidature unique au sein d'une région ne peut que nuire au bon fonctionnement de l'institution et créer un déséquilibre au sein du bureau de la conférence et impacter négativement les intérêts de notre région au sein de cette conférence. Par conséquent, tout blocage d'une candidature unique motivée par des considérations et des visées politiques ne peut être accepté. Dernièrement, le Royaume du Maroc maintient sa candidature et demeure disposé à contribuer à toute consultation. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Okay, thank you, Morocco, for your comments. I've been consulting with the Secretariat, and based on their advice and guidance, I think for us to continue our business as a committee and ministers, I think we need continuity to make sure that we proceed with our work, and the election of a bureau and the nomination should have come before the start of this meeting. So they am advised that since we received only one nomination, official nomination from the North Africa, then the meeting is informed that Morocco is the one which has applied for the chairmanship, and we proceed as such. So, colleagues, excellencies, I hear no objection to this advice and the announcement. I'd like to propose that, based on our standing practice, an ad hoc drafting committee be established for this session. And based on this, I reiterate the composition of the Bureau: Rapporteur Zimbabwe, Southern Africa; third Vice Chair Kenya, East Africa; Vice Chair West Africa, Benin; first Vice Chair Central Africa, Cameroon; Chair North Africa. Official nomination from Morocco. So I take it that these are so decided as the new bureau for the coming year. The ad hoc committee will review and clear the draft report of the Committee of Experts in advance of its consideration for adoption by the Committee of Experts in plenary on Friday. The ad hoc drafting committee will also review the draft ministerial statement and draft resolutions to be adopted by the Conference of Ministers in plenary meeting next Tuesday. The Secretariat drafting team will work with the ad hoc drafting committee and would submit the drafts they have prepared to the ad hoc drafting committee. The ad hoc drafting committee would also have a membership of 10 representatives made up of 2 members from each of the 5 sub-regional groups, normally members of the outgoing and incoming bureau, unless a sub-regional group decides to nominate other members. The Bureau of the 56th session of the conference has had a series of consultations in Addis Ababa on the membership of the ad hoc committee. So based on these consultations, the following has been received as the composition of the ad hoc drafting committee. Okay, I just have the concrete representations in the drafting ad hoc drafting committee: Northern Africa, Egypt and Morocco; Western Africa, Cote d'Ivoire and Benin; Eastern Africa, Uganda and Kenya; Central Africa, Cameroon and DRC; and then Southern Africa, Zimbabwe and South Africa. May I take it that the committee wishes to establish the ad hoc drafting committee as outlined? Are there any objections? I hear no objection, so it's so decided. I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to everyone who has worked so hard for the success of our mandate, especially our team up here. Thank you so much for your hard work. I'm also grateful for the support of the outgoing bureau members. I now have the honor and privilege to invite, I don't have a name, from Morocco, to take a seat at the podium as the incoming chair of the Bureau. Thank you. Oh, before I leave.
Bonjour tout le monde. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président sortant, honorables délégués. C'est pour moi un plaisir de présider la suite de la présente réunion. Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier le gouvernement de la République fédérale de l'Éthiopie et le peuple éthiopien pour l'accueil chaleureux et leur hospitalité. Je tiens à remercier le comité des experts pour la confiance placée en mon pays, le Royaume du Maroc. Je tiens également à féliciter et remercier le bureau sortant ainsi que le secrétariat de la CEA pour les efforts louables déployés au cours de la période écoulée. Donc, le premier point de l'ordre du jour après l'élection du président, c'est l'adoption de l'ordre du jour provisoire et du programme de travail. L'ordre du jour provisoire et le programme du travail ont été préparés par le secrétariat exécutif de la CEA en consultation avec le bureau sortant et communiqués à tous les États membres. Donc, y a-t-il des objections à l'adoption de l'ordre du jour provisoire et au programme de travail proposé? Je n'en vois aucune. Je déclare donc l'ordre du jour et le programme de travail ont été adoptés. Donc nous parlons des procédures. Vous avez ça? Donc avant d'écouter les présentations du secrétariat, j'aimerais que nous observions certaines règles internes pour assurer sans retard le bon déroulement de nos travaux. Le temps alloué aux points 3 et 4 de l'ordre du jour est de 60 minutes chacun. Les présentations sur les points 3 et 4 seront d'une durée maximale de 10 minutes. Le reste du temps étant consacré au débat général. Et comme vous savez, nous sommes en retard, donc j'espère qu'on va aller trop vite, un peu vite pour récupérer le temps perdu. Merci. Donc je propose que les délégations limitent leur intervention à 3 minutes. Et j'espère pouvoir compter sur votre coopération et votre soutien dans l'accomplissement de l'important mandat du comité. Donc on passe à la première séance, point 3 de l'ordre du jour, aperçu de l'évolution récente de la situation économique et sociale en Afrique, qui sera présenté par Madame Susanna. Donc à vous la parole, Madame Susanna. Merci.
So, good afternoon. It's a great honor to be here with you and make this presentation on recent economic and social developments in Africa. And I'll try to adhere to 10 minutes. So first, what are some of the key messages? And we're not really trying to cover here everything. We're trying to cover key challenges and also what is relevant for the theme of this meeting. So key challenge for our continent, just like for actually the rest of the world, is growth. So while Africa is recovered, it is still a subdued growth and it is below the potential. And it is also below the levels that are needed to achieve sustainable development, reach SDGs, and catch up with more advanced economies. So we expect 3.8 in 2025 and 4.1 in 2026 real GDP growth. So as I mentioned, it's a very gradual recovery. It's very positive that African economies are resilient, but they are still facing significant downward risks in the current unstable political and economic situation globally. So there is a major global policy uncertainty that everyone is dealing with. There is a fragmentation, both political and economic, declining aid, and geopolitical tension, and both regional and national. On the side of trade, the contribution of trade, net trade, to Africa's growth is below past levels. But on a positive side, intra-African trade is vibrant, and in some sub-regions, for example, East Africa, is developing rapidly, and is everywhere actually intra-African regional trade is more diverse than the trade of Africa with the rest of the world. This is a great incentive for advancing the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, one of the great incentives, not the only one. Inflation, there is some good news as well. Inflationary pressures are easing, even though the prices remain elevated. But in some countries, there is already a room for easing monetary policy, and in fact, Reserve Bank of South Africa has reduced the policy rate. So, but of course, the growth cannot be stimulated without accompanied structural reforms and easing supply-side bottlenecks. So here we have the picture. So again, positive picture is that Africa remains the second fastest growing region globally, and that's of course a great accomplishment. But there are major divergences and differences within regions and across countries. So one of them is between resource rich and resource poor, where the resource rich actually underperform their counterparts, and another divergence is between middle income countries, and I think the middle income trap was already mentioned, and the low income countries. So here again, more of the positive news. Among the top 20 fastest growing countries globally, Africa has 10 among them, and it's a mixed composition. So both low income, Niger, for example, Rwanda are among the low income group, but also Benin is a lower middle income group, so we have that representation there as well. However, if we look how fast is Africa converging, because Africa also has very fast population growth, we see that for low-income countries, they continue to stagnate relative in terms of GDP per capita relative to the United States. We are pretty much where we were 30 years ago at the 3%. And for middle-income countries, in fact, there has been decline. So this again underscores the importance of growth as one of the key objectives, inclusive and sustainable growth as one of the important macroeconomic agendas. It's also reflected in the SDGs. I will not dwell on this. Now, what drives the growth? So the picture is a little bit nuanced. So private consumption reflecting easing inflationary pressure, etc. But we also have export. So when we look at the gross trade, so I mean gross exports, then exports are important driver. But actually, as the former chair from Zimbabwe mentioned during his introductory remarks, when we look at the net trade, net exports, the contribution is low because a lot of intermediate products are imported, and then the value addition is quite limited. Or, the resource-rich countries export mostly primary commodities. So there is a room for additional value addition, and that's again where the AFCFTA comes to play. Now, intra-African exports for the entire continent are about 16% of the total exports. But again, as I mentioned, big differences across region. And as the Diaz Pedro also mentioned in his remarks, within Africa, we have almost half of the exports concentrated in manufacturing. So great progress with diversification there, and another reason for AFCFTA. Here, we have to be mindful of the current situation. So there are some key messages here. Major of them are the orange bars, where we see stagnating in terms of billion US dollars foreign aid already in 2023. So if we take it relative to GDP, it would have been declining there. And we know what has happened in recent months and especially weeks. So we expect rapid decline in ODI. Much less attention has been given actually to support from China. So if we look to about 10 years ago, China would amount to between 1/3 to 2/3 of ODI, but look today, it has really dwindled to negligible amounts. At the same time, look at the total debt, and I should clarify, it's not only interests, but it's also principals that are being repaid, and they are over $100 billion US a year. So significant challenge. So I would say growth and the debt or financing more broadly are really the key challenges. So this is similar picture. And again, perhaps not surprisingly, middle-income countries are facing more in terms of repayments because they have much less access to concessional financing. And often this is referred to as middle-income trap too. So the growth, slow growth is one middle-income trap, and the lack of appropriate financing is the second trap. So that brings us to the point that even today, already today, most of the African public spending is actually financed from domestic resource mobilization. So it is a very important factor, but there is a lot of room for improving or for strengthening. So we see among the major global regions, Africa is somewhere at about or slightly below 15% of GDP. So it's both limiting but good news because countries are making progress. If we close the loopholes, broaden the tax base, eliminate incentives, and with the help of advanced economies significantly reduce the illicit financial flows, we will see significant increase in the domestic resource mobilization. Now, narrowing down of fiscal deficits is a key challenge. So we see this is gradually happening. We also see again the uneven distribution in terms of GDP of the debt burdens, and perhaps not surprisingly again, the highest ones are in the middle-income countries because they are concentrated in North Africa and in Southern Africa. But the good news here is that actually there is a gradual decline. So prices remained elevated despite easing inflationary pressure, but this graph showing us that African countries do have positive real interest rates, positive policy rates, so there is a room for easing the monetary policy in countries where the target has been reached or we are at the lower parts of the inflationary range. So poverty is on declining, albeit slowly, and to be a bit more nuanced, we know that during COVID there was actually a major setback, and just in the first year of COVID, additional 50 million people fell out of poverty. So we have seen setback in food security, where in fact, in terms of food insecurity, we are somewhere where we were more than or about 20 years ago. So major challenges in social area for our continent. Now, low productive employment remains a challenge, so we can again divide it into two parts. We have high unemployment in middle-income countries. We can pick within Southern Africa several countries, Eswatini or South Africa, having the highest or some of the highest youth unemployments in the world, and also very high unemployment rates overall. In low-income countries, it's an issue of working poverty. So it's highest in the Central Africa, but East Africa, for example, also is facing challenges in some of the countries there. Now, going forward, so when we want to put another positive spin and maybe focus on the future drivers of growth, it has to be human capital and innovation, at least for the middle-income countries. And there is a positive spin. We don't have it on the slide, but we were looking at it with colleagues yesterday. So for its level of development, if measured by GDP per capita, Africa is the most innovative continent. So it is also important that, and there are indices on it that show it, so it's important as the continent is developing to maintain this innovativeness and provide appropriate environments so it can actually happen. So what are some of the uncertainties and risks to Africa's growth and development? So still macroeconomic vulnerabilities related to growth, price, stability, fiscal. There is also a risk of too abrupt fiscal adjustment, which could be counterproductive, hamper growth and adjustment itself, accelerating shocks, climate shocks with increasingly negative impacts, and they impact also the agriculture, which accounts for a still large share of GDP, and then possible knock-on effect, actually likely knock-on effect due to trade war between China and the United States, but that will also create some opportunities with the gaps that these new trade alignments will create, both for exporting to China, but also for imports from that sub-region or region. Now, what are some of our key policy takeaways? So again, so it goes back to growth and how to support growth, but also at the same time how to carry out fiscal consolidation that relies on boosting of revenues, prioritizes expenditures, and is growth supportive. And in some countries, again, the room for monetary policy. So we have seen the limited contribution of Africa's trade to growth relative to the past, so there is a room for strengthening. And again, we are talking about the net trade, so more value addition. And then the full implementation of the AFCFTA, which is really a topic of this meeting, has to be aligned also with the climate policies, renewable practices, while closing rapidly the remaining energy gap. So again, Africa has different priorities, and just and sustainable transition differs from those in other continents. And then as a response to the current wave of new industrial policies, Africa can also focus on its own strategic and should focus on its own strategic sectors. And this is also a very important part in succeeding with implementation of the AFCFTA. And there is also need to prioritize digital technology and, of course, adaptation and mitigation, especially adaptation of the climate change. So with that, I thank you and happy to have a discussion.
Maintenant, je remercie Madame Susanna de la présentation qu'elle vient de faire avec clarté et qui constituera un point de départ utile et question sur ce point. Maintenant, on ouvre le débat et comme je vous ai dit avant, vu les délais impartis et le temps qu'on avait perdu, chacun des délégations aura 3 minutes. Et en premier lieu, les représentants des États membres, après les observateurs. Merci. Donc, il n'y a pas de commentaires. Merci. On passe au deuxième point, au point suivant. OK, je donne la parole au distingué délégué du Zimbabwe.
Hello? Yes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. One issue I just wanted to draw attention, the issue of low tax to GDP ratios. I think what we've seen critical for Africa is the growth of the informal sector. And really, I think this is widespread in many countries. And this is also eroding the tax base and the capacity to increase this ratio. I think, how do you see this evolving, given the issue of, in some countries, it's over 60-70% the informal sector? Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué du Zimbabwe. Maintenant, on passe au distingué délégué de Tanzanie.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to thank Almighty God for granting us health and peace, allowing us to meet in this meeting. Chairperson, at the outset, the delegation of Tanzania expressed its sincerely gratitude to the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for the warm hospitality extended to us here in Addis Ababa. We also extend our appreciation to the UNECA Secretariat for the excellent organization of this important meeting. Furthermore, Chairperson, we wish to commend the Kingdom of Morocco on its election as a chair of the Bureau. Tanzania stands ready to engage constructively and to extend its full support to the chair and the new election bureau in the successful execution of the mandate. Chairperson, dear colleagues, regarding the presentation by the Secretariat, we congratulate for the good presentation, and I would like to just, in a summary, due to the limited time, just to propose additional measures so that we can improve our to stabilize and strengthen our economies. Chairperson, one is enhancing tax administration and revenue collection by leveraging electronic system and digital solution to minimize revenue leakages and improve efficiency. Our second chair is formalizing the informal sector and fostering a conducive business environment to broadening the tax base. This can be achieved through targeted infrastructure support, as we had from the last contribution, that the infrastructure is a key challenges in an implementation of our African trade. So, Chairperson, the incentives and that stimulate domestic investment one is infrastructure. Attractive foreign direct investment, Chair, is another measure we can take to stabilize and strengthen our economies. Chairperson, another one is enhanced competitive and productivity and increase private participation in the in key economic sectors. Chairperson, due to last is optimizing public expenditure by prioritizing social spending, which will maintaining strategic public investment in infrastructure, energy and ICT to spur economic growth and ensure long-term public debt sustainability. Chairperson, I wish to, by the implementing this measure, we can collectively work towards fostering resilient and inclusive economic growth across the African continent. Chair, I wish to submit.
Merci, Tanzania. Je vous remercie pour ces conseils et ces mesures que vous venez de citer. Donc, le secrétariat, il consigne toutes les interventions et toutes les mesures. Je vous assure de ça. Donc, je redonne la parole à Madame Susanna pour qu'elle réponde aux observations et aux questions des participants. Merci. Je donne la parole aux observateurs 195.
Bonjour, Nabil Jlan, donc professeur d'économie Maroc. Donc je tiens tout d'abord à remercier la CA pour son invitation et féliciter le Maroc pour son élection. J'ai 2 points brièvement. Le premier point concerne le paragraphe 15 où je suis très content que la question de l'unification monétaire a été abordée dans ce rapport. Mais j'ai une petite question parce que vous avez parlé de mettre en œuvre une monnaie commune avant d'instaurer le marché unique. Et par la suite, vous avez parlé d'union monétaire. J'aimerais bien comprendre, est-ce qu'il s'agit de monnaie commune avant le marché unique ou d'union monétaire avant le marché unique? Parce que je crois qu'il faut une petite clarification là-dessus. Sinon, ma deuxième intervention concernant le dernier point, guerre commerciale entre la Chine et les États-Unis, je crois qu'il faut signaler que d'après ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, on voit très bien que les conséquences seront très graves sur l'Afrique, mais il y a aussi des étapes intermédiaires à cette guerre, concernant surtout la guerre contre d'autres pays. Et peut-être l'Union européenne serait touchée, la monnaie européenne serait touchée, peut-être une guerre monétaire. C'est pour cela que je propose qu'on utilise le mot guerre avec S, et donc guerre commerciale, guerre monétaire, tout élément de guerre qu'on pourrait utiliser pour justement mieux évaluer l'impact et les risques pour l'économie africaine. Et merci et toutes mes félicitations à Madame Susanna pour sa présentation. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur Jdlan. Je donne la parole à l'observateur numéro 7. Veuillez vous présenter, s'il vous plaît. Ok, c'est l'observateur 250.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Hod Anyigba from the Africa Regional Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation, ITUC Africa. Trade unions, we know, play a crucial role in shaping economic policies, ones that promote sustainable development, job security, social protection. Now, as Africa faces these multiplicity of crises that we have had in the presentation so far, issues surrounding debt, foreign aid, high dependency on foreign aid, high unemployment. We have heard what is happening in Eswatini, South Africa, and in many other countries on the continent. We know that informalization is also on its ascendancy. We have very high, informal sectors. And so there are quite a number of issues, but particularly for us, we see that the problem of debt, illicit financial flows, indeed, if we block these, can increase that revenue mobilization. And so we want to ask that while we want to think inward to finance the next Africa, the Africa that has that inclusive growth for all, what are the strategies in place to make sure that illicit financial flows becomes a thing of the past, and debt governance is at the center of our discussions, and trade unions are also brought closer to these governing issues that we are discussing. Thank you very much.
Merci. Je redonne la parole à Madame Susanna.
So thank you very much for these pertinent questions. So maybe I start with the informal sector. So indeed, this is a key challenge across the continent, especially again in the lower income countries. And it has to do with, one aspect of it is actually insufficient job creation, and in particular private sector can and should play a much bigger role in many African countries. So, conducive business environment, entrepreneurship, and job creation. So we are focusing on educating the youth, but we also have to have the other side, which is the job. Now, on the taxation part, really, there is a lot of evasion through the illicit financial flows and also through profit shifting. So, if we can address those, the tax revenue would significantly increase. And I think that's much better source than chasing many of these small and medium enterprises, which actually require support. So there it's more how to incentivize them so they can exit the informal sector, and also how to educate them, because if the tax systems are very complicated, they will become informal as well. But access to credit, access to government support, so that would be the other part of the informal sector. So now on the illicit financial flows, as was mentioned, yes, this is the ECA specialty, and there has been a lot of work done. And again, simplifying some of the systems on this side, but this has to be done in cooperation with these advanced economies, because someone is sending these flows and others are accepting them. So this is a global challenge, and similar for the debt architecture. ECA is doing a lot of work on addressing the debt issue. It's more complex than it was 20 years ago, because as we saw, countries are borrowing from various sources and the costs are higher and many more players are involved, but progress is being made. Thank you.
Merci Madame Susanna pour ces éclaircissements. Donc, on passe la parole au D. On passe la parole à la République démocratique du Congo. Je m'excuse.
Par rapport à la lecture que Madame Susanna a fait des perspectives africaines, parce que j'ai eu l'impression que, évidemment, la situation a été un peu renforcée par l'intervention du professeur du Maroc. J'avais l'impression qu'on a essayé un peu de sous-évaluer un peu le risque qui sont à venir, parce que lorsque on a fait comme recommandation de pouvoir procéder à la baisse éventuellement des taux d'intérêt pour pouvoir soutenir la croissance, je me dis c'est peut-être parce qu'on a à l'idée que les risques sur l'inflation sont faibles. Et je me dis, est-ce que cette politique ne va pas, loin de soutenir la croissance, plutôt conduire finalement les États à récolter une forte inflation sans pour autant soutenir la croissance, d'autant plus que les risques qu'on a évoqués sont réels. Déjà, on voulait parler de la guerre commerciale entre les États-Unis et la Chine, et le professeur, lui, il a estimé d'ailleurs qu'on parle de guerre en général, parce que les implications directes et indirectes sont nombreuses. Et là encore, nous avons par exemple la question de toutes les autres tensions géopolitiques, ou les différents risques climatiques qui continuent à peser sur les économies africaines et qui, au jour d'aujourd'hui, président donc au maintien d'une inflation forte. Alors je me dis, quelle est la lecture finalement que l'on a pour recommander aux États actuellement de pouvoir baisser le taux d'intérêt par rapport à tous ces facteurs de risque qui semblent persister au niveau continental? Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, distingué délégué de la République démocratique du Congo. Je donne la parole à Madame Suzanne. Il y a le distingué délégué de Mozambique qui veut intervenir. Vous pouvez prendre la parole.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to thank the government of Ethiopia for hosting us in this beautiful town of Addis Ababa. And turning to the presentation, we welcome the increase in diversification of the intra-African trade. We believe that this is a movement in the right direction. And we'd also like to voice our concern regarding the low tax in GDP ratio, especially in this time where Africa is losing a lot of financial assistance. Finally, turning into the recommendation, we would also like to stress the need for African states to invest in infrastructure, without which we won't be able to implement our African trade initiative. And to conclude, I would like to also to congratulate Susan for this wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué de Mozambique. Donc, je redonne la parole à Madame Susanna.
Thank you, Chair, and again, thank you very much for the pertinent question. So, just to clarify on the policy rates, the caveat there is, of course, where as was mentioned, where the inflation is at the lower range of the inflation target, which is, for example, the case in South Africa currently, and the prospects. But the big risk there really are actually the inflationary pressure in the United States, because if United States keeps the interest rate high, it will have definitely negative spillovers, and African countries in many cases will have to keep them high, which has negative impact on growth and repayment of debt, etc. So that's one of the risks. Now, on the low tax to GDP, indeed, that is a major challenge, but slow progress, some progress is being made. And digitalization, as was mentioned actually by one of the representatives here, is one of the venues in addition to closing the loopholes. And again, the role in intra-African trade in diversifying the structure of the economies cannot be emphasized enough.
Maintenant, merci Madame Susanna. Donc, je donne la parole aux observateurs numéro 192. Veuillez vous présenter, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'accorder la parole. Mon nom est Cynthia Potolomi, je viens du Burundi. Et je suis la secrétaire générale de Femmes entrepreneurs pour le commerce intra-africain. Je tiens d'abord à remercier le secrétariat de la Commission économique africaine pour l'Afrique pour l'invitation. C'est un grand honneur pour moi d'être ici où on est en train de parler de l'implémentation de la ZLECAf. Comme nous le savons tous, on ne peut pas parler de la ZLECAf sans l'implication du secteur privé. Et moi, maintenant, je parle pour les femmes entrepreneurs. Nous sommes reconnaissantes de l'avancée de la ZLECAf par rapport au protocole pour les femmes et les jeunes dans le commerce intra-africain. Toutefois, nous avons remarqué depuis 2023 un ralentissement par rapport à l'implication du secteur privé dans le processus d'implémentation de la ZLECAf. Pour nous, on a parlé tout à l'heure de de l'augmentation de la productivité, de la capacité de production, qui est un très grand frein parce que on ne peut pas exporter si on n'a pas une quantité suffisante. Pour exporter des quantités suffisantes, il faut tout un processus. Donc, nous remercions jusqu'ici toutes les organisations qui sont impliquées pour cette augmentation de la production, mais nous demandons encore une fois un appui sur par rapport à la for the awareness about the AfCFTA. And I think, je m'excuse de mélanger les langues, and I think that with the awareness, about the awareness, the productivity capacity and the financial capacity, we can start talking about the implementation of the AfCFTA. Thank you.
Merci, Madame, pour votre intervention. Maintenant, on a deux États membres qui veulent parler et je peux leur demander d'être concis parce qu'on a beaucoup tardé. Et je crois que ce sont les derniers commentaires. Donc, on a la Côte d'Ivoire et puis le Soudan du Sud. Distingué délégué de Côte d'Ivoire, vous pouvez parler.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La délégation ivoirienne voudrait donc présenter au gouvernement éthiopien toute sa marque de reconnaissance pour l'accueil qui lui a été réservé. Merci également aux experts qui ont fait de très bonnes présentations. Je voudrais avec vous aborder la question de la croissance démographique. On note que selon les statistiques, la croissance démographique en Afrique reste toujours égale à environ 2,7% en Afrique, tandis que tout le reste du monde a carrément divisé par deux ou réduit de façon drastique la question de la croissance démographique. Et la conséquence, c'est que vous voyez que lorsqu'on a une croissance économique de 5 ou 6%, étant donné que le niveau de croissance démographique est élevé, on aboutit à un anéantissement de cette croissance en raison de la croissance démographique. Et je voudrais donc suggérer que les organisations africaines, avec la CEA ou l'Union africaine, auxquelles s'associe le gouvernement, pour que des politiques visant à mettre l'accent sur, n'est-ce pas, la réduction de la croissance démographique, parce que je ne vois pas suffisamment de mesures dans ce sens. Et le souhait que la délégation ivoirienne formule, c'est que la question de la croissance soit prise en main par nos institutions africaines afin que la croissance économique que nous observons soit préservée et non réduite par le niveau de croissance démographique assez accéléré. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, distingué délégué du Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, je donne la parole au Soudan du Sud. Merci.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for giving our delegation the opportunity. I would like to thank Madame Susanna for the wonderful presentation. Our questions are around the issue of private sector development, because we know for any economy to strive, there has to be a vibrant private sector. So what are the mechanisms that are being put in place or incentives that will motivate our private sector to contribute effectively for the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area? We actually also know that there is also a challenge to access to finance, and that can hinder any issues for the development of any vibrant trade or a thriving private sector. So we would like also to know what are the incentives that will be put in place to create a very effective access to financing to our private sector in the continent. Thank you.
Merci, le distingué délégué de Sud-Soudan. Par dérogation, on donnera la parole au Sierra Leone. Donc, vous avez la parole. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have seen new challenges to domestic revenue mobilization. These are mainly in the growth of the informal sector and the digitalization era in Sierra Leone. For example, our GDP has recently been rebased. While it doubled, it also suggested that 70% of the growth is due to this informal sector. Given the challenges inherent in having this sector's tasks, I'm wondering if the Commission has a special program for countries to tackle these challenges in taxation of the informal sector and the digitization of the economy. Thank you.
Madame Susanna, à vous la parole. Vous avez la parole.
So thank you, Chair, and many thanks for these pertinent questions. So on the demographic dividend, indeed, there is a so-called African fertility puzzle that for the given level of development, Africa actually has more babies and high fertility rates than other regions. But good news is that our West African office is actually specializing in this area. So I would suggest to get in touch, because the actual area of specialty is demographic dividend, and the director is here, and other colleagues from the office are here and can elaborate. Now, on the informal sector, also good news is that we actually have a report that is looking into digital taxation. We have actually launched it about 10 months ago or so. So we can also provide that particular report, how to deal with the challenges of the informal sector and how to employ the digital technology and how to have a fair and effective digital taxation. Now, on the private sector development more broadly, of course, this is a complex issue, but I think the experience actually shows that in addition to SMEs, and if we were looking at the informal sector, Africa has plenty of private sector, so we're really talking about a formal one. The industrial policy targeting specific sectors, so to ensure that strategic sectors like critical minerals, renewable energy, pharma, that the fertilizers were mentioned at the introduction by the chair. So all these sectors where Africa has high potential are developed.
Merci, Madame Susanna. Donc, on passera au point suivant de l'ordre du jour. J'invite le comité à passer au point suivant de l'ordre du jour, intitulé « Évaluation des progrès de l'intégration régionale en Afrique ». Je donne maintenant la parole au directeur de la division de l'intégration régionale et du commerce, M. Stéphane Karingui, pour qu'il présente une vue d'ensemble de l'intégration régionale en Afrique. Monsieur Karingui, vous avez la parole.
Colleagues, good afternoon. So I'm here to present on behalf of the Secretariat the report that is referenced, and it's in the paper smart as E/ECA/COE. Yep. /COE-43-5, and it's on assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa. So what are the key messages that this parliamentary document presents to you when it comes to the progress on regional integration. I think the presentation that we had from the opening remarks of the High Table and also the presentation by my colleague Susanna does actually point to some of these messages. The first one is that our regional integration is actually being impacted by a number of things. These include the sluggish economic growth, some of the ongoing conflicts that we have seen, especially in some parts of the continent, and also the continuing impact of the pandemic. The second key message that we have had, and I think it's being repeated here, is that whereas we have actually made some progress in the implementation of the AfCFTA, including through the guided trade initiative, intra-African trade is still low. And the report argues that one of the reasons why this could be the case is because the accompanying measures that are captured in the Boosting Intra-African Trade, which the member states also approved in 2012 as they approved the AFC, as they launched the agenda to negotiate the AfCFTA. There is little progress on the implementation of the Boosting Intra-African Trade action plan. The third key message is that we have is that people are the ones who trade. They're the ones that who move goods. They're the ones that who provide the services. They're also the ones that who produce what we trade. And so this issue of lack of movement of people is actually impacting on our integration, and that's a key message that comes out of the report. And the fourth message is that integration under the AfCFTA has a huge potential, as we shall hear throughout the week, of creating opportunities for the private sector. So now, if we can go to each of these key messages in details. So we have this situation whereby growth not as high as we would want it to be, although it is projected to rise. When that happens, we are likely to experience better movement in terms of intra-African trade, especially as we implement the AfCFTA, and so deeper market integration. That makes it difficult for us to build the infrastructure that is foreseen under the Boosting Intra-African Trade. So hopefully the improvement in this area will help us in deepening the regional integration. As we have had, inflation remains high, and although it's going to reduce, it still doesn't give scope across the continent for the kind of monetary policy actions that we need across board. And of course, the number of people who are living in extreme poverty continues to remain high. Now, if we drill down on this question of the macro and regional integration, because I think even this question came up, now going deeper on the progress in regional integration, is to say that the central bankers who are here, through the Association of African Central Banks, adopted the African Monetary Cooperation Program in 2002. And they did actually give a criteria that they believe, if that is realized, first of all, we would be able to have deeper integration through our regional economic communities framework, but it will also move us closer to where we want to be under the Africa Economic Community. So the report gives you the progress that countries have made in terms of achieving this criteria, which includes having inflation not more than 7%, budget deficits that are not above 5% of GDP, central bank financing that is not more than 5% of audited tax revenues, and then, of course, the general government debt below 65% of GDP. Now, if you look at how many countries are achieving this criteria, we find that in 2023, Only 10 countries met all the five criteria, which of course means it limits the space policy action that could actually improve, deepen our integration. Although 39 countries complied with the criteria related to import coverage by external reserves and central bank financing. Only 28 countries met the inflation criteria, and I think this is where the issue of some space to ease the monetary policy is coming from for those particular countries. Now, looking at trade, I think it has this point has been made clearly that we are at 14.6% in terms of our global volume. Intra-African trade is less than 15%. And the report argues that implementing the Boosting Intra-African Trade action plan, which has specifics to do with the issues even of the question of trade finance, trade information, productive capacity, infrastructure development, trade facilitation. If we do that, we are likely to see an improvement in this intra-African trade. The positive thing is that the AFCFTA is already tackling one of those pillars of trade policy under the Boosting Intra-African Trade. But there are 6 other pillars that we need to address. Now, there is a positive story that is emerging, and this is the story of the intra-African trade in services. In 2023, intra-African trade in services reached about 27 billion, and maybe there is scope for an acceleration here. And we note that countries are actually making progress towards deepening the integration story, including the tripartite, and also in terms of the strategies that they have developed on implementing the AFCFTA. Further on the progress on regional integration, coming to infrastructure, what the report argues, and I think is the direct relationship between optimizing on the AFCFTA and infrastructure. Our Deputy Executive Secretary, Pedro, in his statement, gave the investment opportunities in the area of transport that the AFCFTA realization provides, especially for the private sector. Now, but for those investments, really to have a strong business case beyond the AFCFTA, we need to invest in infrastructure. You have the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which, even though it foresaw about 30,000 kilometers of new rail links, we only have about 4,000 kilometers that were completed under the phase 1, or rather PIDA PAP 1. In terms of the road density, Africa remains very, very low, although there is good progress, especially among the North African countries. There is, going back to the issue that I mentioned about services, you have this single African transport, SATAM, single African air transport market. And 38 countries have already signed the solemn agreement towards the creation of an open sky. Now, why is this important? This is important because just by opening up under the open sky, we can create up to 100,000 jobs there. Now, if you and you can add to that about 267,000 jobs, which can actually be realized through intra-African tourism. Other points under the infrastructure that we would want to highlight, and I think this has been highlighted, is the fact that we need to invest more in our digital infrastructure, because there is a huge potential that can be unlocked of about 712 billion by 2050. And also, we need also to not only build the interconnection in terms of the electricity, but we can actually open up also a services market in this context. Going to the social dimension of regional integration, the report makes a strong argument that regional integration has a social dimension that we can tackle almost immediately if we want to achieve Agenda 2063. So it talks about the health systems, which of course we came under pressure under the pandemic, and then we realized that we're importing a lot of pharmaceuticals, yet we have this huge market that are a strong business case for local manufacturing of pharmaceuticals. And then in terms of education, the whole of last year, the African Union had a theme on education, yet in that we still realize that there are quite many African children that are still not in school, and we are not investing enough in education. Now, what is the link between this and the AFCFTA? The AFCFTA is harmonizing the rules, regulations, the rules of origin that would allow us, at least in the area of the pharmaceuticals, to be able to build a strong African local manufacturing of pharmaceuticals. And when it comes to education, also, the AFCFTA requires not only skills, but also the portability of these skills for it to be. So there is that social dimension to regional integration, which the AFCFTA really is offering us an opportunity to tackle. I would like to come towards the conclusion of my intervention by saying, well, this question of the free movement of people, even if we invest in all the infrastructure that I've talked about, the issue of education and the issue of health, unless we allow the free movement of people, including the right of residence and right of establishment, we are not going to really unlock the full potential of the AFCFTA. As a secretariat, we've been working with you. The last 2 years, we worked with Ghana, Kenya, and Zambia to try to understand because these three countries, none of them have ratified the free movement of people protocol. So we wanted to understand what are the issues. Now, the good thing is that 2 of them last year, and 1 of them this year, Ghana last year decided that it would grant visa-free entry to all African citizens, and Kenya this year removed the electronic travel authorization, making it possible to almost all African citizens just to show up at the airport and be granted access to the country. So we don't want to claim that this work is the one that led to that, but at least these conversations at least show there are some steps that can be taken towards making it possible for the free movement of people to be realized. So what are the recommendations that we are making? So the first one, we are saying, for the AFCFTA to be fully realized, let's pay some attention to the Boosting Intra-African Trade Action Plan and the AFCFTA itself, because those are complementary and could work towards deeper integration. Let's also collaborate to address the issue of regional security, because the report does argue that there are some countries, because of conflict, it is also interfering already with the progress that has been made in some of the regional economic communities, free trade area arrangement or deeper integration arrangement. And this is something that plays up also when it comes to the AFCFTA. Let's also strive for macro convergence and also ratify and implement the AFCFTA protocols on investment, intellectual property rights, digital trade, and women and youth in trade, and also the African Union Free Movement of People Protocol. And I'm glad that some countries have already made some progress on this. And for us, as your secretariat, we commit to support the effective implementation of the national and regional AFCFTA strategies. And we also commit to supporting the promotion of public-private partnerships to enhance management tools and also enhance your capacities to develop bankable infrastructure projects. So with this, Chair, I want to thank you for your listening, and I'm happy to answer questions or take comments. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Karingi, pour cette présentation très claire et instructive. Comme vous savez tous, distingués délégués, on est appelé à présenter un rapport à nos ministres. Donc on est en retard. on propose que Madame Hana Moursi fait sa présentation et on reçoit après les interventions, après le repas, après le déjeuner. Si ça vous... Donc, Madame Dr Hana Moursi fera sa présentation et les interventions viendront après le déjeuner. Donc, c'est OK. OK.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. Today I will be presenting on the theme of this Conference of Ministers, which has been guided by discussions with our ministers last year. And as you know, this year's theme is advancing the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. So, on the outset, in terms of context, we know that the continent faces enormous challenges, but at the same time have tremendous opportunities. In terms of the challenges, we have a global context where we see rising international trade restrictions. We see global disruptions to supply chains. And at the same time, we have our African exports that are mainly dominated by primary commodity. We have sluggish growth that is not good enough to meet the needs of creating sufficient jobs for the type of population growth that we have. And we also have the issue of limited progress, or in sometimes regression in terms of progress toward the SDGs. However, the continent is also very rich in terms of the opportunities that it has. So we have a youthful population that is energetic and only getting younger. We are blessed with abundant natural resources, and we have also the opportunity actually of being latecomer to development that gives us the chance not only to just start where others started, but to leapfrog the development by using technology. All this also, position us well to, be able to use the Africa Free Continental Agreement as an instrument to leapfrog sustainable development, and do that through the benefits of that agreement in terms of creating jobs, in terms of creating increasing growth, increasing trade, but also moving up the value chain. And we'll talk a little bit more through the presentation on this, which allow us to raise the wages and the productivity and improve the livelihoods of our citizens. However, as we have heard from previous speakers, the challenge here is that despite these opportunities that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement offers, the progress in terms of intra-African trade relative to total trade, or exports relative to total exports, has been limited. So for Africa, we still remain around 15.8% if we take an average over the few last years. That's substantially less than what we see in Asia, over close to 60%, 58%, and even more in Europe. However, the good news here, and I think it's important to keep that in perspective, what we see here is what type of difference we see between the quality and composition of trade to the rest of the world, or as a total, versus intra-African trade. And here we can see that actually intra-African trade tend to be dominated by manufacturing, which is in sharp contrast to what we see in terms of total exports to the rest of the world. So for the rest of the world, Africa exports only 24% of its total exports that are manufactured, while in intra-African trade, that share goes to 46%. What does this tell us? It tells us that there are huge opportunities to leverage the intra-African trade to actually be able to create the type of jobs that the continent is looking for, the ones that allow higher wages, that allow moving up the value chain, that creates better quality of growth, and hence higher wages and higher levels of income. So that's really important, and this is a very good news. As we can see, of course, that in terms of trade to the rest of the world, there still remains high reliance on commodities, particularly fuel and metals. Just these two items amount to over 53% of total trade. So that gives you an idea of what is at the table in terms of opportunities that we can focus on and leverage to chart the way forward. It's important when we discuss these issues of the level of intra-African trade, not to lose sight of the variation across sub-regions. So we have sub-regions that have done better than others. While the average is around 15.8% of total export, that is intra-African for the whole continent, we can see here that particularly for East Africa, that share is 27%. It's much higher than the average, followed by Southern Africa region, and we can see that for Central Africa regions, it remains quite low. The good news here also is that we see that phenomena that we talked about earlier of high share of manufacturing goods in intra-African exports, that this actually is a theme throughout. So for Southern Africa region and North Africa region, it's actually above 50% of total exports. For Eastern Africa region, it's around 37%. So this is good news that confirms that actually doing more of the intra-African trade means an opportunity to move up the value chain and export more of these kind of exports that are higher value added, especially manufacturing. So what are the benefits and the quantification of the benefits that we expect if we're able to actually advance the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? It's estimated with full implementation of the agreement to be able to increase GDP by 1.2% and export by over 7%, and to be able to also increase welfare. It has also the potential, if implemented in full, by 2045, we can increase intra-African trade by 45%. And this will be really kind of broadly distributed across sectors, which is really important. So it's not just benefiting like one or two sectors, but all sectors will benefit from this, particularly in agri-food and processed agriculture. This increase would be up to 60% in terms of expansion. For industry, it will be close to 50%. For services, over 30%, and for energy, 28%. Moreover, we have the potential to advance development of regional value chains, which is something that we've been talking about in previous Conference of Ministers, and it offers a great opportunity to really build on the natural resources and assets that we have and develop around them manufacturing that support it. And ECA has been supporting this in a number of countries, whether around precursor batteries or around beef value chains and others. So this is an area that we can really leverage to have more of this manufacturing goods and creating jobs across the region. All this will help us to really enhance the quality of the growth, the inclusiveness of the growth, and reduce poverty. Moreover, last year we discussed and there was a lot of interest in terms of thinking about how can we leverage the agreement to address energy and food security issues and digitalization. The good news is the evidence shows that we can actually leverage the agreement to significantly enhance progress toward SDGs. So in terms of progress, for example, toward renewable, utilizing the regional power pooling and trading can reduce the cost of electricity to 7 to 8 cents per kilowatt, which can help actually achieve universal electricity access by 2035. If we look in terms of issues of digital trade, a reduction of 1% in terms of the restrictiveness of regulation can lead to more than 21% increase in intra-African digital trade. If we look in terms of food security and agricultural value chains, the full implementation of the agreement would raise trade in processed agriculture, which means in the higher value add segment of agriculture, that would grow by 60% for intermediate goods and by 63% for final goods. So what do we need to do to actually, reap these benefits and achieve our aspirations? I would like to group what needs to be done into 3 buckets. One, at a national and domestic level, what do we need to do? What are the policy recommendations? We need to make sure that we're implementing the agreement and its protocols and making sure for those that haven't ratified that this is done. And perhaps also when we go to the discussion, this is one of the areas where member states can elaborate on, for those that had challenges in ratifying, on the challenges, what can be done and how do we move forward. There is a need to modernize customs procedures, to have well-designed industrial policy, and to ensure an attractive business environment while adapting economic policies that meet the convergence criteria. And there is a need to scale up investment in critical areas, particularly infrastructure and skills. Moreover, there is a need to support small and medium enterprises so that they can actually be well positioned to reap the benefits from that regional integration. At a regional level, there is a need to build on the experiences of the regional economic communities to develop cross-border infrastructure so that in order to enhance the connectivity and the efficiency of logistics. There's also a need to focus on key sectors to support industrialization and food security. At a continent-wide level, we need, as we've heard earlier from Stephen, we need to harmonize standards for trade in goods and services. We need to advance the implementation dispute resolution mechanism, and we need to catalyze on the operationalization of key elements that have already, we have launched, but we need to make sure that they are working well to deliver the gains. For example, the adjustment fund, the Pan-African payment system, which has the potential to expedite the time that it takes to do these intra-African trade transactions without the need to go to international correspondent entities and to reduce the cost of doing so. And there is also the need to also benefit from the Africa Trade Gateway that has been launched. So in terms of the issues that are suggested for your consideration, for this year's conference, at an institutional framework level, some of the things that would be useful to discuss is what can be done to safeguard, African Continental Trade Agreement potential and promise, while we are going through all what is happening globally in terms of the rising international trade restrictions, in terms of declining ODA, and a very challenging environment and rising uncertainty. So what can be done so that we make sure that this is advancing and we're benefiting and mitigating other risks? A second issue is what are the strategies that can be used to ensure the national AFCFTA implementation committees and related structures are effective, efficient, and accountable to achieve the type of transformation needed. A second area that is suggested for discussion has to do with the link between the agreement and the socioeconomic and environmental dimensions. So what policies and measures are needed to maximize the benefits of the agreement to address food insecurity, climate change, and energy transition? What type of human capital and skills do we need to invest in? And what measures can be taken so that the implementation and of the agreement and the new protocols on women and youth can best support job creation for women and youth and growth of women-led businesses? Finally, in terms of harnessing opportunities for regional integration and sustainable development, the questions that are posed are how can African countries fully leverage digital transformation, energy transition, and decarbonization to advance regional integration and sustainable development? And in the current geopolitical context and shifting landscape, how can countries turn challenges into opportunities? So these are questions that are posed for your consideration to guide the deliberations here, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Je remercie Madame aussi pour sa présentation claire et riche. Je propose que nous ouvrions la séance pour le déjeuner et que nous reprenions la discussion générale sur les deux exposés qu'on avait. Mais avant cela, je donne la parole au secrétariat pour qu'il annonce les dispositions logistiques pour prendre le déjeuner. Merci.
Thank you, Chair. Fellow delegates, we have listened to rich presentations from the Secretariat and interventions from member states and participants. We will now take a break for lunch, after which we will resume to discuss the presentations we last heard. Lunch will be served in the banquet hall. This is located at the second floor of this conference center. Our ushers are available to guide you there, and lunch will be for 90 minutes. So we look forward to having you back here in the hall in 90 minutes. Please have a good lunch. Thank you. So we look forward to having you back here at 2:50 p.m., 10 minutes before 3. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you had a good lunch and you were able to stretch a little bit. I kindly invite you to take your seats so we can continue with the conference. But before we go into the proceedings, I would like to make a few announcements on behalf of the Secretariat. Kindly note that there are charging points at the back of the conference room for your use. The ushers will be there to help you if you need any assistance. Also, a gentle reminder that there are food packages for those who have been fasting for Ramadan. They will be available from 5 p.m. at the entrance of the conference room. Right after today's proceedings, there will be a reception upstairs in the delegate lounge. We're all invited to attend. Please come, have something to eat, and network. Without further ado, I'd like to pass it on to the chair to continue with the proceedings. Thank you.
Bonjour. Rebonjour. Je pense qu'après ce repas, on peut poursuivre nos travaux. Donc, je propose qu'on prenne une liste d'intervenants pour la première session, c'est-à-dire la présentation de M. Karingui. Et après discussion, on prend une autre liste pour la présentation de Mme Morsi. Et donc, ces listes seront clos, c'est-à-dire si on marque les gens, c'est-à-dire on finit les interventions, parce qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps. Et donc, on continue avec... donc, à vous la parole. Qui veut intervenir, on marque le nom maintenant. Merci. Pour la session de M. Karingui. Ok, on commence par le RDC. Distingué délégué du RDC, vous avez la parole.
Voilà, je voudrais intervenir sur la problématique de l'intégration régionale en Afrique. Comme vous le savez, l'intégration régionale est un des facteurs clés pour la construction du grand marché africain et également dans le cadre de tout ce que nous attend, c'est-à-dire l'intégration africaine à l'horizon 2063. Il est vrai que des projets ont été élaborés, il est vrai que des discours ont été tenus, mais je crois que ce qu'il nous faut maintenant, c'est de manière concrète et pratique passer à une autre étape. celle qui va consister à élaborer des politiques publiques communes au niveau des serres déjà et en les élargissant au niveau de la ZLECAf. Il faudrait que ces politiques publiques soient attractives pour que les investissements liés à la construction de ces infrastructures soient également trouvés. Mais également, il faudrait penser à la mise en place des chaînes de valeur au niveau régional. Cela rejoint pratiquement l'intervention de madame qui est intervenue après. Et donc, si nous devons penser à nous intégrer le plus rapidement possible, je crois que nous devons nous doter également des feuilles de route avec des échéanciers pour que cela soit pris comme des contraintes. S'il n'y a pas de contraintes, s'il n'y a pas de deadline, il nous sera difficile d'atteindre ces objectifs. Voilà ce qu'a été ma proposition. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué de RDC. Maintenant, on passe à Gambia. Distingué délégué de Gambia. À vous la parole.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Also wish to thank the presenters for the detailed and very good presentation. But looking at the progress, as far as integration issues are concerned, it is actually, to my mind, retrogressing, because even the movement of people, we don't seem to have improvement. Even recent revision of some travels coming to other African countries, there are some restrictions. Maybe the way some of us used to come to the host country, and today it has changed. For some more restrictions. So I think this is a low-hanging fruit if we are emphasizing the issue of trade integration, to promote trade. But just like the presenter indicated, it's people that do the trade. So if people cannot freely move within the continent, I think that is a major stumbling block, and this will be a low-hanging fruit. So definitely, I think AU and the Commission needed to have a closer look at this and see how we can, improve this thing collectively. It is actually getting worse instead of improving. The other aspect is, of course, facilitating trade. Is the other low-hanging fruit is the payment integration. So I think the issue of PAPs cannot be overemphasized. The uptake is increasing, but I think countries should take a resolution to promote PAPs in our jurisdictions, in our countries, so that we improve and accelerate that connectivity, to reduce costs of finances, fund movement. PAPs is actually a platform to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. So I would like us to reflect on this, the movement of people and the payment platform, which is very critical, within Africa. Thank you.
Merci, distingué délégué de Gambia. Vous avez respecté le temps de 3 minutes. Merci beaucoup. On passe maintenant à l'Afrique du Sud, au distingué délégué de l'Afrique du Sud. À vous la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving this delegation the floor. One of the issues that permeate throughout the presentations that were made today, including during the opening session, is the issue of movement of people. This delegation understands that sometime in 2022, ECA did a study on this particular issue. And that particular study, we assume that it has established factors that account for slow ratification of AU's protocol on free movement of persons. So having said that, our understanding is that such an important study would have had a clear roadmap on how to engage member states in terms of socializing or even in terms of making sure that member states implement policy recommendations contained in that particular study. So we are of the view that if we don't have, we do studies and we don't have clear roadmaps, each and every session, whether it's at ECA level or African Union, because this is also an issue that comes across within the AU. But in as long as we just discuss it in abstract form, whereby we don't really say these are the factors that informs slow ratification, and this is how we intend to make sure that we socialize these recommendations to member states to enable them to implement that particular protocol. We are not going to make any progress on this matter. So this delegation believes that there are serious concerns that member states have on various aspects of the protocol. So it's not just to say member states are afraid, but the other thing is that as we are seated here, we are member states, and we should not discuss the issue as if member states somewhere are not ratifying, and here we are the experts who must lecture member states about ratification. We are member states who have, majority of us sitting here, we have not ratified that particular protocol. And as long as we don't engage constructively, we don't concretely engage on those concerns that member states are concerned, we are just going to every now and then dismiss non-ratification as a fear, which is not. There are serious concerns. But thank you very much, Chairperson. We hope that this particular report on integration will also find its way into the AU processes, because we believe strongly that there need to be some synergy on the work that is done by the ECA and the AU. We know that the mid-year coordination at the AU level also deals with issues relating to integration, and they do prepare a report on the integration in the continent. So we really advocate for synergy between ECA and the AU on this particular matter. So we'll really stop our intervention at that level. We would want to say more, but we are mindful that our Muslim brothers and sisters at some point soon will want to break a fast, so we won't prolong this discussion. Thank you very much.
Merci, distingué délégué de l'Afrique du Sud. Maintenant, nous passons au Cameroun. À vous la parole.
Merci, honorable président, pour la parole donnée à notre délégation. Directement, je voudrais rebondir sur l'intervenant de l'illustre représentant de la République sud-africaine, pour dire que dans cette logique de synergie, on pourrait également impliquer le groupe de la Banque africaine de développement, qui est très engagé sur les questions de développement en Afrique à travers ces 5 piliers. Alors, une constance se dégage également sur toutes les interventions qui ont été faites, à partir des discours jusqu'à l'intervention de l'honorable Anan Morsi. Il y a un contraste entre le trop-plein de matières premières, le potentiel de la jeunesse et la situation économique industrielle de l'Afrique aujourd'hui. Alors, à ce propos, la question de la formation revêt à notre égard une importance particulière, parce que ce qui se dégage, c'est qu'il y a une inadéquation entre le potentiel scientifique et technologique et le potentiel naturel qui est le nôtre. Et à ce propos, la réforme, au fond, des systèmes éducatifs s'impose. Donc, nous pensons que la Commission économique pourrait travailler à accompagner les États pour une réforme profonde des systèmes éducatifs afin que la jeunesse puisse être capable de dégager véritablement de la valeur ajoutée à partir de notre potentiel naturel. Merci.
Merci à vous, distingués délégués du Cameroun. On passe au Nigeria. À vous la parole.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend all the presenters and commenting on the progress on regional integration in Africa. I want to say that in as much that intra-Africa trade and exports, as well as the movement of persons and labor mobility are essential to the AfCFTA, we believe that there is a need for trade regulation and market protection in form of rules of origin enforcement for prevention of dumping of foreign goods under AfCFTA by verifying local content. Also, there's a need, we believe that there's a need for anti-smuggling measure by strengthening border control to curb illegal trade practices so that what is meant to be a great advantage to the economic growth and development of our various African countries will not turn out to add to their problem. Also, on the migration and free movement of people, as it was highlighted in the presentation that the ECOWAS and the East Africa communities have made the most progress in facilitating free movement among their citizens. It is our opinion also that measures should be put in place to checkmate the movement of criminal elements across border in the name of a movement of free movement. So it is our belief that in as much that there's need to encourage migration and free movement, there is also the need to put immigration and adequate immigration and security measure in place so that criminal elements will not be moving across border in the name of free movement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, distingué délégué du Nigeria. Donc on passe maintenant à la Côte d'Ivoire. À vous la parole, distingué délégué.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais saluer les belles présentations assez pertinentes faites par nos deux présentateurs avant la pause déjeuner. Je voudrais, Monsieur le Président, prendre à mon compte les pertinentes observations faites tout à l'heure sur la question de l'intégration. Évidemment, ça a été dit par certains collègues ici, l'intégration réussie passe par la libre circulation des biens et des personnes. Et vous pensez que cet aspect-là est un élément fondamental pour la réussite de la zone de libre-échange continentale, donc du commerce interafricain. Et cet aspect est un défi important à relever. Nous le soulignons, soutenons ce qui a été déjà dit et bien dit. Notez par exemple simplement, même quand on se rend dans un pays pour ne serait-ce qu'une réunion, une conférence internationale, imaginez tous les défis que les membres de délégation souvent ont, ne serait-ce que pour la question des visas et autres. Et ça, c'est pour des réunions internationales, à plus forte raison pour ce qui concerne des commerçants qui doivent se déplacer d'un point A à un point B. Vous comprenez le défi qui est important sur la question de la libre circulation des personnes qui doit être relevée afin de réussir l'intégration et de réussir surtout la zone de libre circulation, la ZLECAf. Et l'autre défi à relever, c'est la question des infrastructures. Ouais, la question de l'interconnexion routière, ferroviaire, aérienne est un défi important à relever. On peut avoir toute la volonté d'avoir une libre circulation si les infrastructures d'interconnexion ne sont pas suffisamment développées. Il pourrait y avoir suffisamment de défis à relever. Nous pensons qu'il pourrait avoir des projets d'intégrer le développement des infrastructures entre les pays dans la sous-région
La collègue tout à l'heure a présenté la question de la CEDEAO, qu'il y a un projet d'interconnexion de l'autoroute Abidjan-Lagos, qui est un projet important de la CEDEAO, qui pourrait faciliter la libre circulation des biens et des personnes, sans noter le fait que la CEDEAO réussit bien la question de la libre circulation entre les États membres de cette sous-région. Je voudrais aussi terminer sur la question des coûts. Imaginez pour le développement du commerce interafricain, si moi, pour me déplacer d'Abidjan et aller à un pays de l'Afrique centrale, me devient 4 fois plus cher que me déplacer d'Abidjan pour aller dans un pays européen. Comprenez qu'il y a des barrières importantes à relever à ce niveau, sur le coût des déplacements, le coût des voyages, tout ça. Donc, c'est les défis qui doivent être relevés ici et pour lesquels et la conférence, et la CEA, et même les États membres doivent avoir des réflexions et des actions pertinentes pour pouvoir booster davantage la question de l'intégration africaine, mais surtout le développement de la zone de libre-échange commercial. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, on passe au distingué délégué de Eritrea. À vous la parole.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just briefly, we want to emphasize on the point made on creating synergy between ECA and the African Union, which was raised by the distinguished delegate of South Africa, which is very important, so that to have more impactful result. Second, Chairperson, just a very brief, as those of presentations we are having are coming from the same organization. In previous presentation, the expected growth rate says 3.8, and in Dr. Stephen Karingi's presentation, it says 3.9, so that we can have harmonization and alignment for the reasons of credibility and for other purposes, just a very minor issue. And we want to also thank Chairperson the edifying presentation by Dr. Stephen Karingi as well as Dr. Hanan Morse. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And just briefly, if as considerate delegate of South Africa has mentioned it, we are in fasting, and I think we need to make justice to those who are in fasting, because some of the programs goes until 7 p.m., which is I think it would be unfair to either to exclude them or make them just discuss, waste them until 7 p.m. If we can make more concise and brief presentations, as we have detailed presentations, and we can make it a bit faster. Thank you, Chairperson.
Merci, distingué délégué de l'Érythrée. On a pris bonne note de votre proposition, et c'est autour des intervenants. Donc, nous, la CEA, elle fait les présentations. Si les intervenants tardent, on va tarder. Donc, c'est pour cela qu'on a proposé une liste et une liste qu'on va arrêter. Donc, on va arrêter maintenant avec la Tanzanie pour la première présentation de M. Karingi. Bénin. Est-ce qu'il a été inscrit? Ok, ce n'est pas un problème. Je sais que le représentant du Bénin ne va pas dépasser les 3 minutes. Mais on va d'abord donner la parole au distingué délégué de Tanzanie. Ok? Merci. Distingué délégué de Tanzanie, à vous la parole.
Chairperson, sorry. Tanzania delegation commend the Economic Commission for the dedicated efforts in preparing the report and systematic monitoring member state progress in advancing regional integration. Chairperson, to what we would like to add from the recommendation provided by the presenter in the report, that is to deepen in regional integration and effectively address the challenges identified in the report. United Republic of Tanzania recommends some recommendations or interventions based on the ongoing national and regional initiatives. Chairperson, we need to invest in the capital building and the skills development program to enhance workforce capabilities, aligning with existing national and regional initiatives. These efforts should be complemented by measures to facilitate trade, including the simplification of customs procedures through the adoption of digital trade facilitation tools, such as electronic single window systems, which has already improved efficiency on some partner state or member state ports and border posts. Chairperson, establishing a dedicated climate financing mechanism is another recommendation we would like to add, which would enable member states to implement adoption and mitigation projects, supporting initiatives. For example, in Tanzania, we do have the Green Bond Program, which recently attracted significant investor interest. This mechanism could also complement regional efforts like the African Development Bank's Africa Climate Change Fund, that is ACCF. Mr. Chairperson, establishing a regional platform for knowledge sharing on best practice and innovations to facilitate peer learning and collaboration, drawing on existing frameworks such as CFTA, Knowledge Hub, that is Tanzania Agricultural Knowledge and Information System, also one example to improve this. This would drive forward the agenda for the more integrated, prosperous, and even sustainable African continent. Mr. Chairperson, as highlighted in the report, we would also like to emphasize that ensuring peace and security remains fundamental prerequisites for regional trade and integration. A stable and secure environment is essential for protecting investments, maintaining trade corridors, and enable the free movement of goods and people. Without security, Mr. Chairperson, economic development integration efforts face substantial challenges, underscoring the need for coordinated and sustained action to uphold peace and stability as a foundation for a more prosperous and interconnected continent. Mr. Chairperson, I wish to submit. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, distingué délégué de Tanzania. Donc, on passe la parole au Bénin. Distingué délégué du Bénin, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie pour m'avoir donné la parole. Je voudrais également intervenir sur la question de l'intégration régionale, notamment la sous-préoccupation liée à la libre circulation des personnes et des biens. C'est vrai, beaucoup sont revenus là-dessus, mais je m'en voudrais de ne pas prendre la parole pour signifier qu'il y a effectivement des coûts en termes de ressources financières, mais en termes de temps également, et en termes d'autres facteurs pour un opérateur économique qui doit commercer avec différents pays qui ont des frontières communes et qui sont dans la même zone. Et s'il doit prendre de visa au niveau de chaque frontière, je pense que ça rajoute un peu sur le coût de revient par rapport à ces articles qu'il doit vendre dans ces pays. Et donc, la question au niveau du Bénin a été tranchée en décrétant le gouvernement du Bénin a décrété la gratuité des visas pour les pays africains, mais malheureusement, pour certains pays, il a été vraiment difficile que ces pays appliquent la réciprocité par rapport à cette gratuité. En temps normal, sur le plan diplomatique, à partir du moment où un pays décrète la gratuité par rapport à nos pays, la relation devait être dans le sens inverse également. Du coup, ça soulève une préoccupation quand même majeure en ce qui concerne la question de visa. Le représentant de la CEA, je crois, M. Stéphane, a ressorti un paradoxe en parlant du Kenya et de deux autres pays qui tardent à ratifier le protocole lié à cet aspect. Nous pensons également que ça donne l'impression que c'est un contraste où c'est comme si nous avons mis la charrue avant les bœufs peut-être. C'est tellement qu'il lui fallait régler rigoureusement cette question de l'ircirculation des biens et des personnes avant d'aller véritablement de l'avant dans l'application, dans la mise en œuvre de la ZLCAF. Donc nous voulons suggérer qu'au lieu de faire l'étude sur le Kenya et ces deux pays, d'élargir l'étude sur l'ensemble des pays de l'Afrique, l'ensemble des zones, peut-être la CEA avec ses différents bureaux, doit pouvoir faire l'effort de voir ce qui se passe au niveau de chaque région et qu'on puisse concentrer l'énergie, qu'on fasse le focus sur cette action de libre circulation des personnes et des biens et qu'on puisse véritablement évoluer. Ça va donner un coup de pouce à la mise en œuvre de la ZLCAF. Je voudrais finir en rappelant la question de sécurité. Effectivement, on a tendance à croire qu'en annulant le visa, en optant pour la libre circulation des personnes, il peut y avoir des questions de sécurité. La représentante, la déléguée du Nigeria a rappelé cela. Mais je voudrais signifier que l'annulation du visa ou la gratuité du visa n'exclut pas les contrôles de police, n'exclut pas le contrôle de sécurité au niveau des frontières. Ça va de pair. Donc, il n'y a pas de risque de sécurité si on annule le visa au niveau des frontières d'un pays ou des aéroports. C'est de mettre en place les dispositifs de sécurité pour que les criminels, comme elle l'a dit, ne s'infiltrent pas par nos différentes frontières. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Je vous remercie, représentant de Tanzanie, du Bénin. Donc, on commence à être fatigué. Donc, je repasse la parole à M. Karingui pour répondre à quelques questions. Et après, on prendra une deuxième liste pour la deuxième présentation de Mme Hana Moursi. Merci.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much, distinguished delegates, for the rich comments and questions. I think we agree we do not have much time, so let me say that a number of the delegations have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 delegations have actually raised the issue of the free movement of people, that protocol, and I think it's good to respond to it in one way. There seems to be sort of two views. The first view, some member states think actually we can make some movement. Or should I say, everyone thinks we can make some movements, but we need to address the concerns that were raised or were identified in the report that the ECA and the African Union did, trying to understand what are the factors that are limiting the ratification of this free movement protocol. Now, of course, one of the key issues that came out evidently in that study was this question of security. And in the report, there was also the argument that maybe this question of security needs to be looked at in two ways. The first one being that there are some countries that have experience in opening up their countries like we have had from Benin. And I remember when we were doing the validation of that report, there was also an example from Rwanda where Rwanda said, we did not see any increase in security concerns when we opened up under the free movement, the visa openness, for instance. Now, the second issue that came up was the fact that the systems that countries are using in their migration, in the immigration department, those systems do not speak to each other across the continent. And so one of the key issues that came up was that if we can actually have interoperable systems that are used by the border control, maybe we might be able to make some progress. And in fact, one of the things that your commission has been advocating is this idea of digital identities. And it was felt that if you have digital identities and interoperable systems, maybe the ministers of interior, which actually had a very strong view about the issue of ratification of the free movement of people, maybe their issues would be addressed. So we have had clearly the recommendation that has been made that maybe we should, this study was done not in every country across the continent, just selected countries. Maybe we may need to scale up, informed by the recommendations or rather by the findings that came up in the first study. The second issue that has been raised by DRC relates to the question of industrialization and regional value chains, and also the projects, infrastructure projects. And I think I couldn't agree more with you that maybe joint policies, be it joint industrial policies, just like we are now going to have joint trade policies under the AFCFTA, is basically what we need. So this is a point that is well taken, because you cannot talk of regional value chains really if you do not have a coordination of the industrial policies among the countries, noting that the AFCFTA is actually giving us the opportunity to have harmonized trade policies. Now, the other point that I had especially from the Gambia, I think it was more a comment than a recommendation related to the payment system, and so I think I don't need to go back to that, rather than to say I do agree with this idea, and it has an implication in terms of the ability to trade across the continent. There was also another point that was raised beyond the FMP by Nigeria on the issue of maybe, so you have the AFCFTA, and you have the removal of barriers, tariff and non-tariff barriers. And the delegate has raised this question of customs and border control, the issue of rules of origin. Just to say that, of course, the AFCFTA has the rules of origin in one of its annexes of the trade in goods protocol. And I think you as members have agreed in at least more than 93% of the tariff lines under that. And that agreement sort of indicates that if we were to think of the rules of origin, it is possible for us to deal with the question of transshipment. The protocol on trade in goods does also have an annex on trade facilitation, within which the question of customs and border facilitation measures is there. So maybe the recommendation that we are driving at here is that, yes, the AFCFTA means really well. What we need to do is also to invest more in the trade facility, in our customs and our border institutions. And I think one of the member states, and I think who was that who said that? I can't see who has said that on these customs, maybe the digitalization might actually be part of the solution. We hear you, Côte d'Ivoire. I think you have pointed on another point that was raised in the presentation, that the AFCFTA optimization requires infrastructure, but then you have raised the question of different standards, and what you are recommending is that we need to have harmonization of our corridors. And you've given the example of Abidjan-Lagos corridor. That issue actually has come in our work with Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Kenya when it comes to the issue of standards on the transport infrastructure and the requirements, for instance, on the movement of trucks. But I think the point is well made that we need to do more in terms of the standardization and harmonization as we develop our corridors. Tanzania, thank you for the recommendations. I think the Secretariat has taken note of these recommendations. And of course, for Eritrea, we'll be more careful on the giving different numbers. I don't want to be seen to be defending us, but normally we access the source. Maybe we access them at different dates because you member states also tend to update your statistics regularly. So we published this document towards the end of last year, and some people accessed the new statistics early this year. But that's an important point that we are going to take care of that. I may not have answered every point, Chair, but I hope I have tried to touch, to highlight on the main one. Maybe I should say that Cameroon said we need to invest in training, in skills, if we want to match our natural endowments with our skills in our countries. And I think it's a point well taken by the Secretariat. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Karingui, pour vos réponses. Donc, on va préparer une autre liste d'interventions pour la thématique de Madame Hana Moursi. Ceux qui veulent prendre la parole, qu'ils le demandent maintenant, s'il vous plaît, parce qu'on va fermer la liste. Merci. Donc cette fois-ci, je vais citer les pays, les États membres qui ont marqué leur souhait d'intervenir. Il y a le Sierra Leone, la Côte d'Ivoire, Tanzania, Nigeria, Burundi, Cameroun et un observateur 195. Et on va fermer maintenant la liste. Merci. Donc on commence par le Sierra Leone. Distingué délégué du Sierra Leone, vous avez la parole. S'il vous plaît, il faut respecter les 3 minutes. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to join my colleagues delegate to commend the two presenters for their excellent presentation. I think they've been very thoughtful and well presented. And because of time, I want to go straight to the point that I want to speak to. They both mentioned the issue of domestication, although in a different way. One of them spoke about the ratification and support for national committees. What I want to add as a recommendation for us to be able to support national programs and to be able to domesticate the AFC, FTA, and other protocols and also support national committees. I'm wondering if the Commission or either the AU can have establish national programs at country level. I know there are regional offices supporting, but if we can have also some kind of strategy to make sure that we support at the national level the implementation of these agreements and protocols. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, distingué délégué du Sierra Leone. On passe au distingué délégué de la Côte d'Ivoire. À vous la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais saluer les brillantes présentations de M. Karengui et de Mme Anan Morsi. Je voudrais relever 2 points sur lesquels, je pense qu'on a peut-être, c'est ce qu'on a peut-être abordé, mais sur lesquels je pense qu'il aurait fallu insister davantage. Ces 2 points sont, en premier lieu, le progrès technique, c'est-à-dire la technologie. Et puis le second point, c'est le financement de nos économies africaines par le marché financier. Sur le premier point, c'est-à-dire la technologie, toutes les statistiques montrent très bien que toute croissance économique est capable d'être multipliée par 50, voire 60% lorsque la technologie y est incorporée. Or, on connaît, en faisant l'état des lieux, la faiblesse de la technologie, de la maîtrise du progrès technique et de la technologie en Afrique notamment. Donc, je souhaiterais que des réflexions profondes soient menées afin que la technologie soit incorporée dans nos économies afin de booster le taux de croissance qui peut aller, selon toutes les analyses, jusqu'à 60% lorsque la technologie y est introduite. Le second point, c'est bien le financement de nos économies par le marché financier. On sait très bien que les banques font ce qu'elles peuvent, mais ça reste vraiment insuffisant. Et les marchés financiers qui devraient venir en appoint sont malheureusement également à un état embryonnaire. Du coup, la conséquence, c'est que le crédit intérieur reste parmi les plus bas au monde. En Afrique subsaharienne, on le sait, quand on prend les pays de l'UEMOA, le crédit intérieur est de 23% du PIB. Dans ces circonstances, comment développer nos économies? 23% du PIB, on est actuellement autour de peut-être un peu 30%, mais ça reste trop bas. En comparaison, le crédit intérieur aux États-Unis est de 300% du PIB. C'est l'Afrique du Sud qui fait un peu mieux, qui est jusqu'à 155% du PIB. Et c'est dû au fait que les marchés financiers ne viennent pas en complément de nos banques. Et la CEA même l'a relevé plusieurs fois, la distinguée Madame Vera Songwe l'avait relevé, et qu'il faut absolument développer les marchés financiers. Donc je n'ai pas vu que cet aspect a été véritablement abordé. Donc je voudrais relever cet aspect, qu'il faut absolument que nous prenions des mesures pour que les banques qui n'arrivent pas vraiment à elles seules à financer notre économie soient soutenues par le développement des marchés de capitaux au niveau national, au niveau régional, mais aussi au niveau continental. Donc c'est vraiment les 2 aspects sur lesquels, Monsieur le Président, la délégation ivoirienne voudrait mettre l'accent. Je vous remercie.
Merci, distingué délégué de la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, on passera au distingué délégué de Tanzanie. Je vous demande, s'il vous plaît, de respecter les 3 minutes. Merci.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the floor. And we also wish to add our voice on recommending the 2 presentations made earlier and the reports which were presented to us, which have highlighted the insightful analysis and well-chosen safety theme, all of which are instrumental in accelerating the implementation of the CFTA in Africa. Chairperson, we support the transformative actions proposed in the report, and in addition, we would like to emphasize on the key few issues. Chairperson, to fully realize the CFTA potential depends on the development of robust continental infrastructure, which is essential for facilitating seamless trade flows. Addressing this structural gap requires sustained investment in trade-related infrastructure to ensure the smooth movement of goods, services, and people across borders. Strategic investment in connectivity, enhancing projects such as cross-border transport networks, energy systems, and ICT platforms should remain a priority to facilitate trade and drive economic integration under the CFTA. Secondly, Chair, while there is a strong political will to implement the CFTA, greater efforts are required in the areas of policy harmonization and coordination. Ensuring coherence between the CFTA and existing regional agreement will be instrumental in minimizing overlapping commitments and fostering a more integrated trade environment in Africa. Thirdly, Chair, is on the simplifying and modernization customs procedures and trade facilitation, which is very imperative. The ongoing effort to harmonize customs procedures across the continent are highly commendable. However, challenges persist at the border points, particularly in the form of non-tariff barriers and inadequate ICT infrastructure, which hinder the smooth flow of trade. Leveraging digitalization through the adoption of integrated customs systems and single windows, as earlier said by my colleague, will be essential to streamlining border processes, reducing trade costs, and enhancing overall efficiency. And fourth, Chair, and which is very important, is private sector engagement, which requires the utmost attention, particularly in supporting SMEs, many of which remain underinformed and insufficiently equipped to make full advantage of the CFTA opportunities. Strengthen collaboration between governments and the private sector will be crucial in mobilizing business towards CFTA objectives. Prioritizing the establishment of the special economic zones, enhancing financial support mechanisms, and fostering public partnership will be key to ensuring that the private sector, especially SMEs, can effectively benefit from the CFTA framework. Chairperson, by concluding, we see that by collectively addressing these issues and implementing the transformative actions outlined in the report, we can unlock the full potential of CFTA and lay the foundation for a more integrated, prosperous, and resilient African economy. However, Chair, most of these issues have been discussed at length in various forums. What is needed now, as my colleagues have alluded on, is the implementation of what we have agreed so far. And we hope if we dedicated ourselves and have a serious commitment in implementing of all what we have agreed, we see that we'll be able to reach where we aim to go through the CFTA. Chairperson, I thank you very much.
Merci, distingué représentant de la Tanzanie. Nous passerons maintenant au Nigeria. Distingué délégué du Nigeria, vous avez la parole. S'il vous plaît, respectez les 3 minutes. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Looking at the presentation on the theme of the 57th session, proposing transformation strategy action. Let me start by saying that the Nigerian government has taken several transformative strategic actions to implement AFCFTA since the ratification of the agreement, ranging from institutionalization of AFCFTA framework and implementation strategy to trade facilitation and infrastructure developments, which involve digitization of custom processes to reduce bottleneck at ports and borders, one-stop border posts, the establishment of joint border facility to ease trade with neighborhood country, to transportation and logistics support, which involve the investment in railway, ports, and road to enhance regional trade connectivity, also industrial and SME support, and so on. But we want to emphasize that in proposing transformative strategic actions, we want to suggest that member states should be very intentional and committed to industrial and SME support through the expansion of industrial hubs to support manufacturing sector for export, so that the intra-Africa trade and export will not be one-sided, in which some countries are maximizing the benefits of AFTA, while some are not. And also, there is need for financial support for SMEs by implementing programs to enhance access to credit for small businesses engaging in export trade. Member states should also endeavor to make the informal sector viable, since the sector plays a crucial role in Africa economy, so that all the countries can maximize the benefits of AFTA while protecting local industries and ensuring smooth transition into full free trade zone. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, distingué délégué du Nigeria. Maintenant, nous passons au Cameroun. À vous la parole. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de nous donner la parole à nouveau. Nous remercions l'honorable Alan Morsi pour son brillant exposé, bien documenté, qui nous a beaucoup édifié. Alors, pour le Cameroun, après avoir déposé notre instrument de ratification le 1er décembre 2019, nous avons mis en place un comité national de l'ASLECAF en 2021. Nous avons également une stratégie nationale de mise en œuvre de l'ASLECAF qui s'inscrit en cohérence, n'est-ce pas, de la stratégie au niveau communautaire CEAC. Alors, le 6 mars dernier, nous avons tenu une concertation dans le cadre de la CEAC et de la Commission économique Région Afrique centrale pour essayer d'évaluer l'état de mise en œuvre de l'ASLECAF au sein des États. Et ce qui s'est dégagé de manière constante, c'était que les États, ils ont un problème d'appropriation nationale. Il y a également un problème de communication parce que les initiatives nouvelles que le docteur Anan Morsi a évoquées, notamment le fonds d'ajustement, le système de paiement, le portail commercial, il y a plusieurs acteurs qui se plaignaient de ce que ces instruments n'étaient pas encore mis en place, alors que, bien évidemment, les instruments étaient déjà en place. Donc, on s'est rendu compte qu'il faut vraiment une appropriation, mais davantage une communication avec les acteurs sur tout ce qui est fait au niveau du secrétariat de l'ASLECAF et qui est susceptible de faciliter justement les échanges, parce qu'il faut relever que il y a plusieurs initiatives et il est important que les acteurs soient au fait de tout ce qui est fait pour pouvoir bénéficier de toutes les opportunités que l'ASLECAF offre. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué du Cameroun, pour votre intervention. Nous passons maintenant à l'observateur 195. Veuillez, s'il vous plaît, respecter les 3 minutes. Merci.
Bonjour, donc je ne sais pas s'il s'agit de moi ou d'un autre observateur.
L'observateur 195. Je crois que c'est vous.
OK. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, pour faire rapide, donc, je pense comme Monsieur Pedro et Madame Morsi que la ZLECAf n'est pas un simple accord de libre-échange, mais c'est vraiment un projet innovant, structurant au niveau africain, qui a permis quand même de, en quelque sorte, libérer l'Afrique d'un complexe. On pensait avant qu'on ne pouvait pas faire cela, qu'on ne pouvait pas travailler ensemble pour assurer, en comptant sur nos propres moyens, la prospérité, je crois, de nos chers compatriotes. Je pense également, dans un premier temps, que la ZLECAf nous a montré que le processus d'intégration régionale est un processus à géométrie variable. On a commencé à 8 et nous sommes actuellement 7 ou 8, nous sommes actuellement à 48 et nous devons nous féliciter pour ça, féliciter nos gouvernements, la CEA et l'Union africaine. C'est pour cela, en tant que prof sciences économiques, je recommande à ce que la ZLECAf soit enseignée en tant que telle, en tant que projet structurant, projet innovateur, transformant l'Afrique en s'appuyant sur la diversité économique et l'intégration aux chaînes de valeur régionales. Ça, c'est le premier point par rapport à mon intervention. Deuxième point, s'agissant de l'expérience, parce que lorsqu'on se base sur l'expérience européenne, on dit toujours que l'intégration régionale, l'intégration commerciale est une condition nécessaire, mais n'est pas suffisante. L'intégration économique et monétaire est une condition suffisante. Je crois, d'après ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, même l'intégration économique, monétaire et financière n'est plus suffisante. Je crois que les Européens sont en train maintenant de chercher à au moins faire quelque chose de plus avancé. Et j'invite nos chers pays à penser à un projet, imaginer un projet qui a déjà démarré par la ZLECAf, mais qui va aller au-delà de cette intégration monétaire, peut-être une sorte d'intégration politique dans le respect de la paix et de la souveraineté économique nationale. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, monsieur. Donc, on passe au dernier intervenant, le Burundi. Distingué délégué du Burundi, vous avez la parole.
Merci, honorable président, de la parole accordée à la délégation burundaise. Comme c'est ma première intervention, permettez-moi de prime abord remercier le pays hôte pour l'hospitalité légendaire nous réservée, sans pour autant oublier de vous féliciter en tant que président à cette conférence. Mon intervention par rapport à la dernière présentation voudrais insister sur le fait que l'Afrique doit investir beaucoup dans le développement du capital humain pour justement réussir cette mise en œuvre de notre accord de la ZLECAf. Je me rappelle que j'étais dans cette ville en 2023 où le 36e sommet avait dédié le thème d'accélération de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf. Et on y revient avec la 57e session de la conférence pour juste montrer l'importance que nous, les pays membres, devront accorder à la mise en œuvre de cet accord pour justement agrandir le marché. Mais je voudrais juste aussi faire une plaidoirie à l'endroit de la commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique, qui consentit beaucoup d'efforts dans le renforcement des capacités à vraiment continuer dans ce sens et aussi embrayer sur d'autres projets tant nationaux que régionaux qui visent à doter de nos pays des infrastructures de transport pour justement réussir cette mise en œuvre de notre fameux accord. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué du Burundi. Donc, je reviens vers Madame Hanan Moursi pour vous présenter les réponses. Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for distinguished delegates for their comments and questions. I completely agree on the need to have an open discussion on issues of ratification. The issues paper for this conference really intends to give the background and the analysis to frame the discussions among member states about, the issues and the way forward. So definitely looking into, the issues of what are the challenges, what are holding us back in terms of progress to ratification would be the type of discussions that we need to openly have and addressing any concerns that is holding us back. In terms of issues related to technical progress and use of digitalization, as well as financing. On the digital issues, I think in my presentation, I referred to issues of reducing restrictions and how much we can actually, by reducing 1% in terms of restrictiveness of regulation, we can increase more than 20% intra-African trade. But also if we look at another, I believe, game changer in terms of progress toward implementation of the agreement is the issue of developing the cross-border Pan-African payment systems. This is really critical. It's estimated actually that this can yield more than $5 billion a year in terms of lower cost of trade. Moreover, it expedite the process, the payment process for these goods, but even more importantly, it addresses the issue that when countries have actually foreign exchange shortages and for FX issues, that this does not prevent them from trading with another country because you have to trade in, a different currency. You can do the trade in local currencies using such payment system, because in a lot of cases, actually, the ones that are held hostage because of these issues are the private sector, with their goods staying in, ports or in storages while they're waiting for the payment to be processed and incurring a lot of expenses. So this can really help facilitate reducing cost, expediting time, but also creating a more enabling environment for our private sector in a reliable way. Moreover, on the financing side, we have talked before in earlier comms in detail about this, but we will have actually a discussion that relates to financing issues on Monday in the Africa High-Level Working Group in Global Financial Architecture. So I invite the participants and heads of delegation to participate. You will be getting invitation for this. Definitely this is a very important issue, particularly in the current global context that we are facing with declining official development assistance, with rising uncertainty, high cost of access to finance. So we need to really chart the way forward in terms of what is needed, and how African countries can navigate that. And definitely there is a part that we will need to do ourselves in terms of deepening the domestic resource mobilization, developing local capital markets, which is really critical, and also making sure that the multilateral development banks and our African development institutions are capitalized and are able to support in this, because there has been a number of cases, for example, where through African financial institution, issuances were made through guarantees of these institutions that were at much lower cost than otherwise. So we need to tap into all these areas to really make, the implementation of the agreement possible. But I think there is maybe perhaps one area that is really critical that we should not, in our discussion, we need to pay sufficient attention to, which is the role of the agreement in harmonizing investment frameworks. A key in the environment that we're facing, a key element would be really to promote more of the intra-African investments. And through this agreement, we can really support this, because this is key. In an environment where we have less assistance coming and concessional financing, and probably also, in affecting investment flows, we need to also rely on ourselves more and on African solutions and African investments. So we need to really utilize it to harmonize these frameworks. There was also the issue of the continental infrastructure, which is really important, critical, but I want us also to not forget to take into account not just in terms of regional infrastructure, roads and projects, but also the importance of the lowering the cost of transport by air and advancing more on the single African air market. We can, this is a huge issue, especially given the size and of the continent. We will need, and the fact that we have the number of landlocked countries, the number of island economies that we have, we will need to also invest in air transport and making sure that the cost of that air transport goes down. And if we're talking about movement of people, we cannot have our people going through Europe to go to Africa, from Africa. So I think we really need to tackle this to reduce the cost, to increase the availability, so that this can play a major role in the integration. There were a number of suggestions that were made that I completely agree with, whether in terms of simplification of customs procedure or harmonization with RECs. And I would like to really highlight the point that was made in terms of the role of the private sector. I think the private sector was ahead of governments in terms of leading the way to regional integration. Many private sector had actually invested intra-African investments, whether in energy, in infrastructure, in telecommunication, before even the agreement happened. What we need to make sure is to ensure that the role of that private sector actually continues and increases, and that we are facilitating that role. Because for us to reap the benefits, it will need to be the private sector in the driving seat, the private sector. So definitely, and I also, support the idea that we need to have efforts on things like, the trade, the African trade gateway, or the payment systems, and other, and the adjustment fund, so that the utilization and the benefits are shared broadly. Thank you very much.
Merci, Dr. Hanan Moursi, pour votre présentation, pour vos réponses aux observations. Donc maintenant, nous passons au point suivant de l'ordre du jour, intitulé « Questions statutaires ». Les représentants du secrétariat de la CA feront toute une série de présentations. Vous avez tous reçu les documents avant la réunion et je sais que vous avez examiné le contenu. Le secrétariat se concentrera donc se contentera donc de présenter les principales questions de l'étude figurant dans les différents rapports et n'entrera pas dans les détails. Aussi, les présentations devraient être succinctes et les débats porter uniquement sur ce qui nous permet d'aller de l'avant. Je souhaite également rappeler aux participants que pour les deux présentations que nous aurons aujourd'hui, le présentateur disposera uniquement de 15 minutes. Le reste du temps sera consacré au débat général. Nous commencerons par le directeur de la division de la planification stratégique, du contrôle et des résultats, M. Saïd Hadjimoubi, qui présentera le rapport du secrétariat exécutif sur les activités de la CEA couvrant la période allant d'avril 2024 à février 2025. M. Hadjimoubi présentera également le rapport sur la suite donnée aux résolutions de la 56e session de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique. Monsieur Hadjimoubi, vous avez la parole. Merci.
The Chair and members of the newly elected Bureau, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be presenting to you the report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the Economic Commission for Africa from March 2024 to February 2025. This is a report of the Executive Secretary, and I'm presenting it on his behalf. What I'll do is just to speak to the key highlights. It's not the entirety of what ECA has engaged in or what we've done in the course of the year that I'll be speaking to you on. In 2024, ECA decided to do some reflections in terms of our strategic focus areas. And after much consultation and internal discussion, we've come up with 5 strategic focus areas and 2 cross-cutting issues, what we'll call in short 5+2. The cross-cutting issues are data and statistics and social dimension of gender, including gender. So these are the 5 key strategic focus areas that the institution is working on currently: macroeconomic policy and development financing, regional integration, economic diversification and industrialization, infrastructure development, including energy, technology, innovation and connectivity, climate action, and food security. I do hear some of the delegates talking about technology, leveraging technology for development. ECA has made this a priority in terms of our work. We basically have 3 major roles or functions that we perform, which is our think tank role, our convening role, and our advisory support services that we give to member states. And that's what we call our operational role. In the course of 2024, ECA's footprints are noticeable in virtually all our member states, with strategic interventions through policy-based knowledge, consensus building, and technical advisory services. Our knowledge-based work is captured in our think tank, in which in the course of the year, as I'm going to show shortly, we've engaged in high-level policy research and publications to support evidence-based policymaking in Africa. We've also engaged in consensus building in terms of bringing our member states to articulate policies and also advocacy for Africa's position in international fora. We also undertake technical assistance and advisory services to support policy making and implementation in our member states. In 2024, these are some of our publications, except the African Gender Index, which came later in the year 2023, which we've captured here. These are some of the publications that we undertook in 2024. And as you can see it, they cut across the streams of our work, from the publication of Towards Africa's Prosperity to Africa Sovereign Credit Rating Outlook, to the 2024 Africa Sustainable Development Outlook. So these are some of the work that we did in terms of our publications in 2024. In terms of our convening role in building policy consensus and articulating common position on policy issues, here you can see the work that we did in relation to the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, the COM that we had, the Statistical Commission for Africa, which brings all statistical agencies across the continent together, the African Economic Conference of 2024, which we co-organized with the African Development Bank and also the UNDP, the Africa Regional Review of Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. So these are some of the major platforms that we had in 2024 to bring member states together, articulate a common position, and then be able to provide support to African countries in terms of advocacy. In terms of ECA support to global advocacy, ECA did a lot in 2024 in amplifying Africans' voice at the global arena, including advocacy for the reform of the global financial architecture through the Africa High-Level Working Group. We are also currently supporting South Africa in its membership of the G20. We played a major role towards the Summit of the Future and also during the summit itself in terms of articulating and aggregating Africa's position, particularly of young people, which was carried over to New York and then fed into the deliberations of the Summit of the Future. We played also a key role at the COP29, Conference of Parties to the COP in Baku, Azerbaijan. So these are some of the things that we did in 2024 to amplify Africa's voice in the global arena. Concretely, in terms of our strategic focus areas, these are some of the things that we did in 2024, supporting tax administration, in which we supported quite a number of member states to strengthen their capacity to uncover illicit activity in the area of taxation and curbing illicit financial flows, enhancing fiscal capacity of local governments to promote financial sustainability and advance the modernization of African cities. Here, our effort has been to support the cities to be able to raise taxes and to be able to modernize cities on the African continent. Deepening capital markets, we did conduct feasibility studies for credit guarantee facilities and alternative financing options. We supported quite a number of member states in reforming their legal and regulatory frameworks on the financial sector. We worked a lot in terms of strengthening effective development planning, monitoring, and reporting for sustainable development. And what did we do in this area? We supported countries to develop and update their national development plans, and some of the countries that we supported are listed there. We supported countries in strengthening their capacity on tracking progress in the SDGs and Agenda 2063 and developing M&E mechanisms. Specifically, we've developed a tool called the IPRT, which we use to support countries in terms of integrating Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 into national development plans. We also provided a lot of capacity support on development planning and policy. Here, the focus is on our training conducted by the training arm of ECA, which is IDEP. And you can see that 34 training activities were offered for over 4,829 trainees, including 1,396 women from 46 countries in those various areas in 2024. On advancing the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is the theme of this conference, and also promoting sustainable industrialization, ECA continued to support member states in the formulation of national and sub-regional CFTA strategies. In 2024, we supported 5 countries to develop their strategies, bringing what we've done up to date to 37 countries. Supported member states to develop green supplements to their national CFTA strategies, and in this case, 14 green supplements were produced. We supported countries in aligning their national industrialization policies with their sub-regional strategies. Here, a lot of focus on Southern Africa, where we supported some countries to align the national industrialization policies or strategies with that of SADC and COMESA. We completed pre-visibility study confirming financial and environmental sustainability for the establishment of transboundary special economic zones between DRC and Zambia. In 2024, we developed a regional value chains program, which is to be implemented from 2025 to 2027. And as you can see from this program, it cuts across several areas, ranging from agriculture to minerals to pharmaceuticals to textile and fashion to services. And of course, there are enablers to make this happen. I think this is something that our member states should take a lot of interest in, because without value addition, without having value chains in Africa, there's no way industrialization will take place. There's no way we're going to facilitate development. So this is the program that we've developed, and from 2025, this year, we'll be working with member states and other regional partners to really implement this. In terms of infrastructure development and energy security, we did support member states in terms of enhancing energy sector policy environment to attract private sector investment, and some of the countries supported are listed there. Supported digitalization of the transport systems, particularly the management of regional transport corridors. Here, emphasis is on the Lamu Port, South Sudan, and Ethiopia transport corridor, which is called LAPSET. We supported countries in terms of public-private sector partnerships to foster infrastructure development on the African continent. Climate action and resilience, I think this is a very major area because climate is shrinking the space of production, particularly agriculture on the African continent. We did support countries in terms of developing the new generation of NDCs, mapping of carbon and forest certification, technical support on COP29 and the loss and damage funds, training of resident coordinators and senior government officials on carbon markets, and capacity development for the team of African climate negotiators. There are quite a number of other things we did in the climate-related area, but which are not listed here, but which are contained in the report that you have before you. Harnessing technology and innovation, modernizing statistical system, and promoting gender and women empowerment. Harnessing technology and innovation, ECA has developed an AI Africa Innovations platform. And what we've done with this is that we've mapped all the AI innovations in Africa. What are they and how can they support development on the African continent? I think this is quite key. We've also developed an ICT tax impact calculator that within the ICT sector, if you are to reduce taxation on ICT facilities, what is going to happen in terms of revenue to your country? Is it going to go up? Is it going to go down? And in terms of spread and access and expanding your ICT access in the country, what is likely to be? I think this is something that should also interest a lot of our member states. We supported Botswana in developing what is called the Lobu Smart Farms and Labs. This is applying technologies to small stock holding animals, which we supported them. We continue to support countries in developing national digital ID, and we supported the Ministry of International Relations in Botswana to develop the performance dashboard system. And with this, you'll be able to access at a spot in terms of the services of the ministry and in terms of access to it online. Modernization of statistical systems, we continue to support countries in quite a number of areas, geospatial information frameworks, centralized geospatial repository for urban planning, use of statistical data and metadata exchange. And on gender, we supported countries in terms of gender mainstreaming in labor migration policy, particularly of Kenya and the Fourth National Development Plan of Uganda. We have continued to work particularly with the African Union and its agencies on the integrated implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 through the United Nations system-wide coherence and collaboration. And here, we've worked on strengthening partnership with the African Union in terms of very high-level engagements, the AU-UN Annual Conference, which is between the Secretary General of the United Nations and Chairperson of the African Union, the high-level strategic dialogue, which takes place twice a year between the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union and the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. These are the highest level of the two organizations. And that has strengthened the relationship between the United Nations and also the African Union. We've supported the African Union in the development of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, and we are currently supporting them in the process of the implementation of that agenda. ECA signed an MOU with AUDA NEPAD and at the beginning of the year, and also we've just signed about less than a month ago with the CFTA Secretariat, and those are very major agencies of the African Union, and we're working very closely with them in terms of the implementation of the African Development Agenda. Amplifying African youth voices at the global arena and influencing the outcome of the Summit of the Future. ECA had two major events. First is the African Consultative Forum on the Summit of the Future, through which the African Youth Declaration on the Summit of the Future came out. And also, we had a major side event in New York on the Summit of the Future, also bringing African young people together to articulate their voices. We continue to support the African Union in the African Union Summit and also the AU Media Coordination Summit. Mr. Chair, I submit. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Adji Mombi. Donc, vous allez présenter, c'est vous qui allez présenter le deuxième rapport. Ok. Donc, Monsieur Adji Mombi présentera également le rapport sur la suite donnée aux résolutions de la 56e session de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique. La parole est à vous, Monsieur Adji Mombi. Merci.
Thank you, Chair. I think because since the Chair knows that I'm fasting, so he says, okay, take the two presentations at a time so that you can conserve some energy. I think that's why the Chair asked me to present both. The report on ECA follow-up to the resolutions of COM 2024. Basically, there were resolutions that the members, your distinguished member states did make in 2024, which we were supposed to follow up on and make sure that we implement those resolutions. On the whole, in 2024, there were four resolutions. Two of them did not require any follow-up action from the Secretariat, from the Commission, and these are the Program Plan and Budget and the reorganization of the work of the Commission, which we brought before you. Both of them did not require any further follow-up. There were two major resolutions that require follow-up: financing development in terms of strengthening tax cooperation for enhanced domestic resource mobilization, and technology for development, optimizing African tax regime concerning information and communications technology for economic growth and job creation. This is what we did in the course of the year on financing development, on enhancing domestic resource mobilization. We supported at least 4 countries in terms of tax-related issues: tax administration, assessing tax expenditure and revenue gaps, taxation on the industrial sector, and also addressing profit-shifting techniques of multinational corporations seeking to reduce tax liability to curb illicit financial flows. And you can see the 4 countries that we supported in the course of the year. We also focused on the issue of strengthening public debt management in Africa. We undertook peer-to-peer learning. 9 members of ECA were supported in terms of sharing experiences and lessons in effective debt management strategies. Restructuring domestic debt, we also brought 9 member states together to drive guidelines on restructuring Africa's domestic debt. On debt governance framework, 6 member states of the ECA were supported in 2024 to assess effectiveness of debt management governance framework using the ECA debt governance tool. Amplifying the African voice at the Global Forum. Two preparatory sessions. This is still part of the financing development on enhancing domestic resource mobilization. 2 preparatory sessions of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development were held in Addis Ababa here in Ethiopia in July and November 2024 to begin to aggregate the position of Africa on the Financing for Development conference that will be taking place later in the year, this year. We reviewed progress towards the implementation of the 2015 Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and also, like I said, articulating the African position for the 2025 FFD conference. We also supported our member states on the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. And this is an area that ECA continues to work on and continues to support our member states on to be able to ensure that the Convention on International Tax Cooperation is implemented. Technology for development, that's the second resolution on ICT for economic growth and job creation. The essence of it is to create a conducive environment for the growth of ICT sector in Africa. 5 member states were supported and a new ICT tool was developed. The Gambia, in terms of national strategy for digital identity, Malawi, in terms of implementation of digital identity strategy, Mauritius, in terms of national fintech strategy, Mozambique, in terms of national policy on AI, and Sierra Leone on learning management systems. And in terms of the new IT tool we've developed, I talked about it earlier on the ICT tax impact calculator. Bridging the digital divide, ECA supported states to build skills for digital transformation. We continue to have the Girls Camp Coding, in which we support young girls and women in terms of their knowledge on digital economy. This was done in Mauritius and also in Ethiopia and Tanzania. We partnered with Google's STEM Power and Camden Education to train about 890 students in computer science, artificial intelligence, and robotics. As part of our work on development, technology for development, we supported countries in the Global Forum to review the ARSTI, the high-level political forum, in which 5 SDGs were reviewed in 2024. We used technology to be able to assess where Africa is and what Africa needed to do in terms of accelerating those goals of the SDGs. And finally, the Africa World Summit on Information Society, we helped in the review, +20 in the review of the action lines of the 2025 WSIS on promoting inclusive access to ICT. Amasa Ginalo, Chair. Amasa Ginalo in Amharic is thank you very much. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Adi Jomouri, pour votre présentation succincte. Maintenant, la parole sera donnée aux États membres et aux observateurs. S'ils veulent ajouter, s'ils ont des observations ou des contributions sur ces rapports. S'il vous plaît, il faut être succinct. Merci. Donc, je vais citer la liste des gens qui ont souhaité intervenir. Donc, on a le Sierra Leone, le Nigeria, le Maroc, la Gambie, le Zimbabwe et le Kenya. On ajoute le Bénin. Qui d'autre aimerait avoir la parole? parce qu'on va fermer la liste. C'est bon? Merci. Donc on commence par le Sierra Leone. S'il vous plaît, distingué délégué du Sierra Leone. La règle de 3 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. À vous la parole.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the presenter very much for the two presentations. I believe the both presentations open our eyes to a lot of things that the Commission is doing in terms of technical and institutional support to countries. And I really appreciate that. And for me, particularly, I want to look at domestic revenue mobilization, because if we are talking about meeting the SDG, I think that's one of the critical things. When we talk about trade and investment and development, all of them, they center around the issue of raising revenue to support development. And I see the Commission is doing a lot, is helping. There are other players in the continent that are helping also. Of course, we have the African Tax Administration Forum, and we have outside players like the International Growth Center, and we have the ICTD, GIZ, and even at ECOWAS level, there is a lot of support given to country teams, to tax administrations in various countries. And for me, what I would like to see also, like the Commission will do, as they are helping, how the Commission can build synergy with all of the other players to make sure that resources and expertise are pooled to help countries to support in terms of developing their capacity, but also to be able to standardize what they are doing so that we don't have overlaps, but we have a system in place that makes sure that countries follow similar pattern. They could be different based on the context, but standardization is very critical for us to move forward. So I would like to see the Commission taking a leading role, maybe a coordinating role, to make sure that they build synergy with all of these other players. And the other issue, I just want to ask the question about accessing support, because I've seen a lot of countries are getting a lot of support from the Commission. And for me, in tax administration, I would particularly want to see how Sierra Leone can benefit more from the Commission in terms of capacity building and institutional support. Currently, we are challenged with our domestic revenue mobilization capacity, and I especially appreciate the support in terms of digitalization. Thank you very much.
Merci, distingué délégué de Sierra Leone. Maintenant, on passe au distingué délégué du Nigeria. À vous la parole, madame.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to appreciate and commend my brother, Mr. Adejumobi, for the comprehensive and eloquent presentations, for the information on all the support given to member states by the Commission in 2024. Short comment on lighter mode, Mr. Chairman. I saw the names of so many countries that receive support from the Commission in 2024, and I could not find my country's name. So I want to ask what happened. Thank you.
Merci, madame. Merci. Donc, on passe au Royaume du Maroc.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'avais en fait une petite question à poser aux distingués intervenants sur en fait la coopération qui a lieu entre la CEA et le secrétariat de la ZLECAf. Pour ce qui est de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf, en fait, je crois savoir qu'il n'y a pas très longtemps, un protocole d'accord a été signé entre la CEA et le secrétariat de la ZLECAf. Je crois que c'était le 17 février dernier, en marge du Forum des affaires qui a été abrité par ce pays même. Et donc, on voulait juste, pour l'édification générale, savoir ce que ce protocole d'accord renferme et ce qui peut être attendu de ce protocole d'accord et comment les pays, les États membres peuvent en fait tirer parti au profit de ce protocole d'accord. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué du Maroc. Donc, on passe à la Gambie. Distingué délégué de la Gambie, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I wish to thank the presenter also for the detailed presentation. I'm making this statement drawing on earlier presentation, which indicated that there are low tax efforts. You know, they saw some bit of improvement, but still quite low. Given that ECA has extended assistance in this area to 4 of the countries, I would like to know the progress, the impact it has made, so that like others may also learn from that to, you know, at least improve the domestic resource mobilization. I think it is key. A lot of speakers mention it, so we needed to focus on it more, of course, on our capital markets, so to generate more domestic resources for our development. Again, it has been indicated or mentioned that there are a lot of other agencies in this area, you know, domestic resource mobilization, as previous speakers alluded to, so that there could be synergy in this area, so that like we have a pathway to actually energize, you know, these efforts to improve our, you know, domestic resource mobilization. We couldn't emphasize it more. The second point, I know you, ECA, assisted or is assisting Gambia in developing strategy for digital addressing system. Of course, you know, the next phase, of course, will be the implementation, wherein in some other countries who have also benefited from ECA technical assistance on the implementation, we would like to see now the, you know, what lessons have been learned on that, in that area, so that it will also help us. So I know the access is being asked. You know, the Gambia has access at least one of your activities on the digital addressing. Of course, there are a lot more other areas that we also would be interested to pursue further. But the immediate one would be the implementation of the digital addressing system. I know the work is ongoing in this area. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Merci. Donc, on passe au Zimbabwe. Distingué délégué du Zimbabwe, à vous la parole. Merci.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a quick one. I'm just trying to see the issue of the role of REX in us trying to unwind all these challenges. I was going to make a proposal that would it not make sense for us to focus on regional strategic infrastructure corridors and investments in those areas via these REX? Because it looks like as a continent trying to do all these infrastructure investments, as a continent, it's a challenge. And we seem not to be moving. Would it not make sense for us to concentrate on roads, rail ports, even energy projects at REX level? And then these would complement the larger picture of the continent. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, on passe Au Kenya. Distingué délégué du Kenya, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. Since Kenya is taking the floor for the first time, we wish to join other delegations in extending our gratitude to the host government for the warm hospitality extended to our delegation, and also welcome the new bureau which was elected today. Chair, we also wish to thank the presenter for a very comprehensive presentation on what ACA achieved for the past 1 year. We extend our sincere gratitude to ACA for its invaluable support in assisting Kenya in the development of national strategy and green economy supplement. The green supplement was validated in December 2024, and we are planning for a high-level launch in the course of 2025. This collaboration has been instrumental in advancing our sustainability agenda and positioning Kenya as a leader in green growth. As we move forward implementation, we recognize the critical need for continued technical assistance, technical and financial support to effectively operationalize these strategies. We therefore would wish to recommend that ACA to further partner with us in ensuring successful execution, fostering innovation, and strengthening institutional capacity to achieve our shared vision of sustainable and inclusive development. I thank you, Chair.
Merci, distingué délégué de Kenya. Donc, je donne la parole au Bénin. Distingué délégué du Bénin, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais remercier Monsieur Saïd pour la clarté de sa présentation. Nous remarquons que beaucoup de choses ont été faites, beaucoup d'appui, d'assistance technique et financier à l'endroit de beaucoup de pays du continent. Toutefois, nous aimerions savoir la procédure par laquelle on peut bénéficier de ces assistances, parce que pour certains secteurs, certains pays ici, comme le Bénin, auraient quand même souhaité bénéficier des assistances de la Commission. Aussi, vous avez demandé, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas des actions ou des activités qui avaient été prévues pour l'année 2004 qui n'ont pas été réalisées? C'est beau ce qui a été présenté. Est-ce que tous les objectifs fixés pour l'année 2024 ont été atteints? Autrement dit, est-ce qu'il y avait un plan de travail qui avait été élaboré, diffusé, que vous avez suivi, dont vous venez de rendre compte aujourd'hui? Si c'est le cas, ce serait bien que ce plan soit suffisamment divisé au niveau des États pour que les États puissent s'insérer au niveau des thématiques ou des secteurs pour lesquels ils souhaitent bénéficier de l'appui de la Commission. Pour finir, je voudrais demander, pour les 2 résolutions qui n'ont pas été suivies, quel est le sort qui est réservé pour ces 2 et comment faire pour ne plus sortir de ces assises à se retrouver à formuler des résolutions qui ne pourront pas être mises en œuvre ou être suivies pour l'avenir. Merci.
Merci, distingué délégué du Bénin. Je crois, la Tanzanie. Il n'y a personne d'autre. Donc, je redonne la parole à M. Adéjoumo pour qu'il réponde aux questions et commentaires soulevés. Merci.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to distinguished delegates for your questions, comments, and interventions. I will in some areas call on my other colleagues who have worked in this area to complement whatever response I'll be giving to the questions and comments raised by the delegates. The comment by Kenya is a testimony to the support that ECA is giving to Kenya, which started from last year on the Green Supplement, and we really acknowledge that. The question by Benin, was there a work plan, and what did we achieve through the work plan? Perhaps to share with you, we've got 3 major planning instruments. We have what is called the Medium-Term Program Framework, which is a medium-term program framework that covers 3 years. The current one is expiring in 2025. It's 2022 to 2025. We have what is called the Program Plan and Budget. For 2026, we'll be presenting that to you for endorsement. So there's a program plan and budget, and there's what is called the annual business plan. The annual business plan is an elaboration of the program plan and budget. And to share the information with you, we do track progress in terms of our performance. We have what is called the Accountability and Program Performance Review meeting. This is a quarterly meeting that we undertake 4 times in a year. And the one for the first quarter of this year, we'll be doing it on the 1st of April to assess how far we've gone in the first quarter of the year. And when we had the last quarter in 2024, our performance was about 90% already in terms of progress that we've made in the implementation of our planned activities and projects. So by the end of the year, because it was held at the beginning of the December, by the end of the year, we would have achieved probably around 98. So we do follow very religiously the program plan that we have through the annual business plan. This is not to say that we do not receive requests. In the course of the year, we do receive requests for technical advice services from member states. We do also request support for training and capacity development that oftentimes go to EDEP in Dakar, Senegal. That's already, we've made provision for that in terms of our planning process to accommodate the requests that come from our member states. So we will share that with you. If you want to look at the annual business plan, even the one we've developed for 2025, we can share that with you. Benin requested for it. In terms of resolutions that were not implemented, those resolutions were not for implementation. They were not something that we report on in terms of implementation. That's why I indicated that there was no action. No action was required on them. It's not that we didn't implement them. There was no action required on them. So just to clarify that. The comment from our immediate chair of the Bureau from Zimbabwe on we should focus on transboundary infrastructure projects. That's exactly what we do at ECA. We support PIDA, the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, and the Lamu Port, South Sudan project that we're doing. It's a major corridor. So we place our focus more on corridor projects, corridor infrastructure projects, and now looking more at how can ICT facilitate that more than anything else. That's an area that we are focusing on. So what we are doing is quite consistent with what you have asked us to do. On domestic resource mobilization, we've supported countries like Egypt and Ethiopia, and quite a number of other countries. I'll call my colleagues who have been involved in this to probably elaborate more. But we've seen in terms of the support movement in terms of their revenue collection through strengthening their tax administration system. In the case of Egypt, we've seen a movement for about 2%, 2 percentage points. In the case of Ethiopia, we supported the country in terms of their property tax, developing their property tax, and the revenue coming from that has increased. I do not have the exact figures, but we've seen movement. We do take the point that we should work with other partners. We are doing so. Perhaps what you are encouraging us to do is to bring all the partners working on tax administration reforms together and take the lead in terms of the support that we are going to we do provide to them. The comment by Nigeria. Nigeria is a very big country. We worked very much with Nigeria, and the director of our sub-regional office for West Africa is here, Ngoni Diop. But like I said at the very beginning, these were just highlights. These were just highlights of the intervention that we made. We are supporting Nigeria on private sector development, SME development, and all that. A lot is going on in Nigeria. It's just that being a Nigerian, perhaps that's why Nigeria didn't feature in my narrative. I thought I should keep that low as being a Nigerian. Sierra Leone domestic resource mobilization. How do we should work with other countries. I've noted that in order to avoid duplication and also standardization. I think that's a good point. How do we access support? I think that's for the benefit of all our member states. If you want us to support in the areas of our work falling on our strategic priority areas, you can either write to the executive secretary your request or write to the director of our sub-regional offices. We have 5 sub-regional offices. We have one for West, which is based in Niamey, in Niger. We have for North Africa, which is based in Rabat, Morocco. We have for Central Africa, which is based in Yaoundé, Cameroon. We have for Southern Africa, which is based in Lusaka, Zambia. And Eastern Africa, which is based in Kigali, Rwanda. And all the directors are here at this meeting. I think you can liaise with them. But you can as well write directly to the executive secretary of the commission, and he will process your request, so long as it fits into our programmatic area, and so long as you are we're able to get more resources, because we need funds to support you in terms of the work that we do. What should we expect from the MOU between ECA and the CFTA Secretariat? A lot. More synergized implementation of the CFTA. Perhaps to put on record, from the conception of the CFTA project to where we are today, ECA has been a major actor in that process. We did a lot of thinking that went into the establishment of the CFTA, including the Secretariat itself, and all the processes we've been there. Whether we're talking about ratification, signature, whether we're talking about ratification, whether we're talking about elaboration, whether we're talking about implementation, whether we're talking about development of national strategies, we've been there with our member states, supporting them on this. And what we expect from that MOU is to really be able to work much more closely together with the CFTA Secretariat. And I'll call my colleague Stephen to also talk a little bit more on it. This is the one driving our regional integration project, and the CFTA project is under him. So, distinguished delegates, I think these are your questions that I was able to capture, but I'll call 3 of my colleagues. I'll call Stephen, I'll call Ngoni to talk about Nigeria, and of course I'll call on Adam, who is in charge of our North Africa office, to also talk a little bit more about our domestic resource mobilization, particularly the one we've been doing in North Africa. So with your permission, Chair, to call on Stephen 1 or 2 minutes, Ngoni, and also Adam. Stephen, you have the floor, please.
Oh, thank you, Said, and thank you, Chair. Really, just what I would want to add on the MOU with the AFCFT Secretariat is to say that we actually have an annex. We have an annex to the MOU that defines the scope or the whole gambit of the implementation of the AFCFTA agreement and the protocol and the kind of support that our member states need. So essentially, that MOU codifies what we have always been doing. I may wish to add that the two teams, the AFCFTA Secretariat team and the ECA team, we work on a day-to-day basis, even before the MOU was signed. So all the MOU has done is sort of to codify so that we can even have better way of monitoring what we are doing, assuring that there is synergy and avoiding duplications. And essentially, that's what we expect to get from the MOU. Just to give an example, last week we were in Botswana. Botswana is starting to work on its AFCFTA strategy. Both the Secretariat and the ECA were there working with the government at the government's request to advance that process on the AFCFTA strategy development. And for other countries, it's on the implementation of those strategies. In addition to that, we continue to provide intellectual input to issues as they arise, as member states implement the agreement. So that's all I could add. It's a very good working relationship that we have with the Secretariat, and I think as we believe with the MOU, we'll even be able to deepen and achieve more. Thank you.
Nigeria. We do have very strong partnership with Nigeria, and very, very good strides have been registered so far, both in terms of statistics and macroeconomic, and also accelerating the CFTA implementation with a view really to accelerate digital transformation and really taking forward Nigeria very good private sector and transformation on manufacturing also ecosystem. Let me quickly raise what we say, talk about the digitalization, the macroeconomic part first now, the forecasting. In 2024, with our colleague here, we work with Nigeria to actually use AI for the GDP forecasting. It was very, very productive because we managed to engage all the key stakeholders in terms of capacity building in a very tailor-made manner. And the statistic, what we used actually was Nigeria's, of course, national statistic, but the innovation was the use of AI and brought to the fore some of the insight of the ecosystem and how you can use to better inform policy making, policy implement, and so on and so forth. This was last year. It continues. When it comes also to digitalization, digital ID, with MACTASEC, we supported Nigeria for that. And it is very fruitful because I have 2 minutes. I will see my distinguished delegates later on. But I would like to also bring to the fore the whole issue of creative industry. Nigeria being one of the key biggest markets in West Africa, it has actually helped us to drive a lot of when it comes to supporting women and young and youth entrepreneurs. And the latest one we did actually was finalized in 2 weeks ago, where 345 young entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs actually were able to identify the key strategic entry point for them to take further their businesses within Nigeria, but also elsewhere in Africa, in West Africa. And those ones have actually started a very good value chain. But then we're supporting them, working with them, with the Secretariat, the Minister of Health, of Trade, and so on, across the value chain, to making sure 2 things. Number one, they really improve their access to market, not only in Nigeria, in West Africa and beyond. Even Kenya is something we are targeting, but also making sure it's not like the traditional way, but the value addition in the normal way, like the creative industry, but also how they can actually transform Nigeria key product. Some of them are agro-processing, be it palm oil, be it fish, and so on and so forth across the value chain. But more importantly, the technology part of it, because when they involve in the platform we were talking about, more than 400, Nigeria actually were able to harness their technology and their manufacture fabric to be able to add value to the circular economy. And more than 1,000 tons of waste were transformed into sustainable wealth for the communities and so on and so forth. So just to say, is one of our biggest economy in the region and a very big partner that is really driving a lot of things in our region. And we're very happy to discuss more with you later on across macroeconomic, value chain, economic transfer, and so on and so forth. It's amazing to working with all of you, and we continue driving economic transformation in the region, in Nigeria, but also in the region. Thank you so much.
Merci, Madame, pour vos précisions. Merci, Monsieur Adejoumo, pour vos réponses aux questions. Donc, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous sommes arrivés au terme de notre programme de la journée. Ok, Monsieur Adam, vous avez la parole, le directeur du bureau régional au Maroc, de la CA. Merci.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the questions and comments made by honorable delegates on domestic resource mobilization and tax revenue generation in particular. We have been working in North Africa to support countries to learn from each other. Like, unlike any time before, tax revenue and domestic resource mobilization should be a top priority in our view. And also member states know that very well. And we have seen big room for member states in North Africa to learn from each other. We have seen countries with very, very different tax revenue GDP ratios. For example, in North Africa, tax revenue GDP ratio varies from 2% in Libya, 5% in Sudan, to over 20 to 23 in Morocco and Tunisia. So there is a huge room for countries really to mobilize tax revenue. So we have been supporting a number of countries, Sudan for over a number of years, and Sudan was able, with our support, to increase tax revenue by over 2% in 2 years' time. We have a report that is available on our website for Sub-Regional Office for North Africa. We have also supported Libya, and they reported significant increases in tax revenue in Libya compared to GDP. We also supported Egypt with tax auditors training and with tax policy and tax administration. And also Egypt reported significant increases in tax revenue relative to GDP. So we will continue to support countries to learn from each other across North Africa. And this year we'll be continue work with Egypt. Sorry, I don't know why I say Ethiopia, because this program started with Ethiopia when I was based in Addis Ababa. And then we extended the program to North Africa and to other countries in the region. So this year we'll continue to support Egypt, Mauritania, and Libya. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Adam, pour votre présentation. Donc, comme je disais, mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes arrivés au terme de notre programme de la journée. Je réitère mes remerciements et mes félicitations à tous les intervenants pour la qualité de leur présentation. Et à tous les participants pour l'excellente qualité de leur intervention et observations qui ont été formulées tout au long de cette journée. Et je vous assure qu'ils ont été consignés par le secrétariat. Je dois vous rappeler que demain, nous allons commencer à 9h et nous allons avoir une journée chargée comme cette journée. J'en profite également pour remercier le secrétariat de la CEA, les interprètes ainsi que l'équipe technique chargée de la logistique. J'ai le plaisir enfin de vous informer que le secrétariat de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique organise ce soir une réception et que toutes les délégations y sont invitées. J'invite le secrétariat à fournir des informations logistiques supplémentaires. Merci.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a very rich day full of discussions, conversations, and now we are ending for today. But we would like to invite everyone to a reception that has been prepared especially for you on the second level in the Delegates Lounge. Even as we finalize, please kindly come up and enjoy some refreshments and enjoy networking with one another. Thank you. We will continue tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you very much for your time, your engagement, and your participation. Have a great evening.
Merci, madame. Donc, à demain à 9h. Merci.
Also, a gentle reminder to please pick up your food packages for those that have been fasting just outside the conference hall. Thank you so much.
Recording stop.